The wind at this height feels different, cleaner. Like it had never been forced to choke down the Botox and quiet desperation drifting up from the plebs below. Faye Maxton stood dead on the edge of the school rooftop, 6 stories up, staring down at the manicured hellscape that had been his cage for 17 straight years. From this high, it almost looked edible. Lawns so perfect they were basically Nepo baby porn, Mediterranean McMansions flexing their stucco abs, that private golf course rolling out like God's own pudding green thirst traps, the community center spark like it personally blew the budget committee. Paradise. That's what the peasant outside the gates called it while they doom-scrolled the drone footage and cried. For him, it was just hell's glow-up. The next level after hell. He closed his eyes and let the trauma montage autoplay one last time, not because he was into nostalgia kink, but because his brain was a petty bitch that refused to let a single receipt expire. It wasn't always like this, some Disney Channel ghost in his head tried to whisper. Cute lie. It had always been this rancid. From the day his parents got turned into speed bump confetti when he was 7, sudden, messy, done, and he got overnight to Aunt Melissa and Harold Maxton like some limited edition orphan with killer cheekbones. The Maxtons. One of the founding family royalty of the Paradise. Money so old it had cobwebs, money so new it still had the plastic on. The kind of wealth that didn't open doors. It built the cathedral, then charged admission to breathe. He was supposed to be grateful. Melissa, he'd stopped calling her aunt. The day he realized gratitude was just humiliation in Sunday best. Still delivered the sermon like it was branded on her soul. You should be grateful we took you in. Grateful you have a roof over your head. Grateful you get to attend Ashford Elite Academy. With our children. Our children. Never nephew. Never family. Just charity case with a side of contempt. 3 female cousins and 1 boy who'd sell Faye's kidneys for better ring light and call it a favor. Victoria, 19, Ivy League venom in human form, home on breaks just to remind him air was a limited resource. The twins, Danton and Delilah, 18, senior year gods sculpted by whatever surgeon daddy kept on retainer, both treating him like gum on their red bottoms. And Sienna, sweet 17, same grade, same age, different species. The kind of lethal pretty that made you want to sin just to get excommunicated closer to her. 5 Maxton children in total if you counted him. But nobody did. Not even him. The house, sorry, the compound, 'cause calling it a house or mansion was an insult, had 12 bedrooms. 12. Yet somehow Faye's was the shoebox next to the laundry room that still smelled like fabric softener and quietly dying dreams. Used to be staff quarters back when they paid humans for that. Then they decided a freshly orphaned 7-year-old could moonlight as housekeeping and call it character building. His room. The punchline. Danton used it like a post-rager biohazard site. Smashed controllers from rage quits. Empty White Claws. Crumpled Takis bags licked clean. Dirty boxer briefs. And the crown jewel. And this was Faye's personal favorite. Used condoms knotted and flicked across the carpet like victory confetti after Danton raw-dogged whatever influencer fell for the trust fund smirk that week. Yo, Faye. Danton would sing-song down the marble hallway. Voice dripping fake affection and real venom. Clean this shit up, yeah? Can't have mom seeing this. And Faye cleaned it. Because what choice did a charity case ever have? Because in that house, compliance wasn't a choice. It was survival. The worst nights were the ones when Danton brought a girl back to Faye's room. He never knocked. Doors were for people who didn't own the house. He'd just shoulder the thing open. Some half-drunk girl already laughing at a joke Faye never got to hear. Her arm looped around Danton's waist like she'd been born there. Out, Danton would say, flicking his thumb toward the hallway the way you shoo a cat off a couch. Didn't matter if Faye was halfway through homework or already in bed. So Faye left. He'd sit on the carpet outside his own door for a while, knees pulled to his chest, listening to the muffled music and the laughter that always sounded sharper when it was aimed at him. When it got too loud, he'd drift downstairs to the second library nobody used, curl into one of the big leather chairs, and wait. Sometimes until 3, 4 in the morning, until heels clicked across the marble and a car door slammed. Only then could he creep back in, spraying everything down with cheap air freshener that smelled like artificial pine and somebody else's sex, and trying to sleep on sheets that still felt warm. Some nights Danton didn't even bring a girl. He just wanted the bed. Or wanted Faye to knowing he could take it whenever he felt like it. He'd stretch out across the mattress with his laptop balanced on his chest. Volume cranked high enough that the fake moans of porn leaked through Faye's headphones anyway. Faye kept his eyes on the algebra problems in front of him and pretended the numbers still made sense. Once, just once, Faye asked him to leave. The words came out small and cracked, like a kid asking for the last slice of pizza he already knew wasn't his. Danton paused the video, looked over with that lazy, sleepy smile that always meant trouble and said, "What, you never seen tits before? Educational viewing, little bro." One day the girl riding him laughed so hard she had to grab the headboard to stay on. Faye still hears that laugh sometimes when the house is too quiet. Right now, Faye is standing on the ledge outside on school building, 6 stories above the concrete courtyard nobody ever uses. The wind tugs at his shirt like it's trying to help him decide. School was supposed to be different. Ashford Elite Academy, all ivy and iron gates and the kind of money that smell like new leather and old power. When they made him start here at 13, Faye actually thought the nightmare might pause here. New place, new rules. Maybe he could be somebody who mattered. 8 days. That's how long it took. The uniform they gave him had been Danton's first, cuffs already thin, blazer smelling faintly of someone else's cologne. He brought lunch in a paper bag while everyone else orders $50 poke bowls. His phone still had a home button. Kids that age can smell's weakness the way dogs smell fear. They never used his name. "Maxton!" They'd shout across the quad, and Faye would turn every time, heart stupidly leaping, until he saw they were waving at Danton or Delilah or Victoria. He was just the extra one. The scholarship kid. The spare. Brett and his friends turned it into sport. A shoulder check in the hallway. A spilled latte down Faye's shirt. Homework that vanished and reappeared with Brett's name on it. One day's Faye finally dragged himself to a teacher. Mr. Harrison didn't even look up from his computer long enough to pretend interest. "Brett's father paid for the new science wing," he said, like that was the whole conversation. The girls were worse, quieter about it. Sierra cornered him in the library one afternoon, 2 friends blocking the aisle, phones already out. "You're writing these essays for us?" she told him, sweetest as poison. "Or everyone hears you followed me into the bathroom and wouldn't leave." He wrote them. 5 essays, all-nighter, wrists cramping. They told the story anyway. The whole community lived behind walls and gates and private security that answered to the homeowners, not the city. Faye was inside the fortress, but he'd never belonged there. He tried, God he tried. Learned how Melissa wanted her coffee, how Harold liked his shirts folded, how to move through the house without making noise. Thought if he was useful enough and invisible maybe they'd let him stay. Maybe they'd even want him. Last week Sienna took the laptop he'd bought with money he earned washing dishes at 4 in the morning. Money he hid in a sock under his mattress, and brought it back with the screen cracked into a spiderweb. "Oops," she said, still on her phone. Harold glanced over top of his newspaper. "Things break, Faye. You'll manage." 3 days ago Victoria came home from whatever expensive college she pretended to attend and decided the towels were folded wrong. She stood in the doorway sipping wine from a glass bigger than Faye's head while he unfolded and refolded every towel in the house. For hours on his knees. She kept angling her phone so her friends could watch. "He's literally trembling," she narrates, delighted. So pathetic. He wasn't trembling from rage. He was counting. Counting the little blue pills in Melissa's rarely opened medicine cabinet. Counting how many it would take to make the counting of his lifetime stop. 2 days earlier Danton had dragged half the lacrosse team over after practice, still in their sweaty gear, and decided Faye made the perfect moving target. They chased him across the back lawn with paintball guns, laughing like it was the funniest thing in the world, while neon splatters exploded across his shoulders and spine. "It's just a game, dude," Danton yelled between shots, nailing him square between the shoulder blades. "Don't be such a pussy." Faye still had the welts the next morning, ugly purple bruises blooming under his shirt like spoiled fruit. Yesterday someone at school stole his backpack and yeeted it into the pool. All his books, his calc notes, the review packet he'd stayed up until 3 rewriting, everything ruined. He walked into fifth period dripping and empty-handed, and Mrs. Patterson gave him detention for chronic unpreparedness and disrespect. She didn't even ask why he was wet. This morning, he woke up to the sound of liquid hit fabric. Opened his eyes and sees Danton standing in the closet doorway, pissing on Faye's clothes like he was watering plants. Toilets clogged upstairs, Danton said, zipping up with that lazy grin. You'll handle it, yeah? Something inside Faye didn't break so much as it just gave out. Quietly, completely, like a rope that's been fraying for years finally letting go all at once. He cleaned the closet. He washed every piss-soaked shirt by hand in the laundry room sink because the machines were for family only. He went to school, sat through classes like a ghost, came home, ate the scraps they left on the kitchen island while the Maxtons talked about vacation plans and stock prices and whatever new car Sienna wanted. Nobody looked at him. Then came back to school. He climbed the service stairs to the roof. The wind-up here was cold and honest. 6 stories down the courtyard looked almost soft, like it might forgive him. No more paintballs. No more ruined notes. No more waking up to someone pissing on the few things he owned. Just quiet. He closed his eyes, leaned forward, let the weight shift onto the balls of his feet. Ding! The sound detonated inside his skull, loud enough to rattle teeth. Faye's eyes snapped open. His balance was already gone. One foot slipped off the ledge and the rest of him followed. Shit! His arms pinwheeled. Fingers scraped the railing, caught nothing but air. Words burned themselves across his vision in glowing blue. Host found. Binding the system. He was falling. The mansion tilted away. Sky and ground trading places. Wind screaming past his ears like it was mad at him personally. Analysis. Suitable hosts for 700 systems. What the fuck? His stomach tried to climb out through his throat. Windows flashed by. The manicured lawn rushed up. Every blade of grass suddenly sharp enough to cut. Ding. Hosts weak for all systems. Choosing system. 10%. 33%. He could see the concrete now, every crack lit up like neon. 79%. 99%. Faye squeezed his eyes shut and waited for the end. Whump. He hit something that gave instead of shattered. Bounced once, hard. Then again. Limbs flailing like a broken doll before he finally rolled to a stop on his back. Pain detonated along his spine, white-hot and vicious. He couldn't breathe, couldn't scream, could only arch and wheeze while the world spun. Ding! High School Paradise DxD system bound. The letters floated in front of him, cheerful and bright like a birthday card. He forced his eyes open. Above him was red and yellow vinyl. Below him, the squishy give of inflated plastic. A bounce house. Someone had set up a goddamn bounce house on the lawn for Spirit Week? A fundraiser? Whatever rich people reason. Welcome. Host Paige I. Maxton. Shut up. Do not call me that, he rasped, trying to roll over. Fresh fire shot down his back and he collapsed again, gasping. Just shut up. Faye just lay there, staring up at the stupid red and yellow ceiling of the bounce house, every breath feeling like someone was grinding glass into his spine. And then the words popped up again, big and glowing and way too excited. Congratulations on being chosen as the host for the High School Paradise DxD system. Main quest activated. Conquer your high school belles, aunt, cousins and hot rude neighbor. Reward. System beginner pack. Failure. Death. Time limit. Week. He blinked. Blink again. And then he started laughing. It hurt. Jesus, it hurt. Every laugh felt like his ribs were trying to stab him in the lungs, but he couldn't stop. The sound came out cracked and wet and a little hysterical, bouncing around the vinyl walls like a crazy person was trapped inside with him. He had literally just tried to kill himself. Like full-on stepped off the roof, accepted the whole "this is how it ends" thing, and now some magical anime bullshit was telling him his new job was to conquer his family female? His cousins and their mother? The neighbor who once threw a smoothie at him because he mowed the lawn too early? I'm dead. He wheezed, tears leaking out the corners of his eyes. I have to be dead. This is hell. This is actually what hell looks like. A bounce house and a harem. To-do list. Negative. Host is alive. System bound. Tutorial will begin shortly. Please stand by. Please stand by. Faye repeats in this high, broken voice he didn't even recognize. Sure. Yeah. I'll just chill here with my spine in 3 pieces and wait for customer service. He closed his eyes, waiting for the pain to win, waiting for anything, and then this warmth started spreading through him. Every breath sent fresh waves of pain through his torso. This is the most ridiculous thing that's ever happened to me, he muttered. And I once had to explain to Melissa why there was a used condom in my textbook. Tutorial initializing. Analyzing host condition. Warning. Host physical condition critical. Initiating emergency protocols. Oh, now you notice, Faye said to the ceiling. Emergency healing activated. Restoring host to functional. Status. Cost. 100 system points. Slow at first, then faster, like someone had cracked open his chest and poured in hot honey. The screaming in his back dulled down to a grumpy ache. The kind you get after carrying groceries up 6 flights because the elevator's broken. Remaining balance. Minus 100 system points note. Host now owes the system. Complete quests to repay debt. Faye opened one eye. I owe you money now? I didn't ask for the deluxe healing package, dude. Host required emergency medical intervention to prevent system loss due to host death. Debt will be repaid through quest completion. He sat up, slow testing. His back still hurt, but it held. The blue screens hovered in front of him like they were waiting for a tip. Welcome to the high school DxD system. Host Paige I. Maxton. Your new life begins now. Faye stared at the words for a long time. He thought about Danton pissing in his closet this morning. About Victoria laughing while he refolded towels for 4 hours. About Melissa looking straight through him at dinner like he was a smudge on the glass. About Sienna smashing his laptop screen because she could. About Brett and Sierra and every single person who'd spent years reminding him he was nothing. Then he looked at the quest again. Conquer your high school belles. Aunt, cousins, and hot rude neighbor. Something cold and sharp and brand new settled in his chest. He climbed to his feet, wobbling on the bouncy floor like a baby deer, and wiped his face with the sleeve of his ruined uniform shirt. Yeah, he said out loud, voice still shaky but getting steadier with every word. Okay, let's see how they like being the ones who don't get to say no anymore. The bounce house squeaked under him as he took one step toward the little vinyl door, then another. For the first time in years, Faye Maxton was smiling and it actually reached his eyes. Let's see how that goes. Or at least that would have been his reaction if this was a normal moment. But nothing about this was normal. Are you kidding me right now? Faye's shout bounced around inside the inflatable house. His voice cracked like he was stuck between pure anger and pure panic. He had just killed himself. He actually stepped off a building. And then the next thing he knew, he survived and started seeing system screens in his head. But of course he did. He had been so desperate to escape real life that his mind would obviously create some wild fantasy to protect him. That was how it always worked in the web novels he read whenever he got a tiny bit of peace. In those stories, the main characters got systems and cheat abilities from the dumbest reasons ever. He once read about a guy who slipped on a banana peel and boom, system unlocked, and he also somehow got a huge, crazy dick. Like 9 inches of main character energy. So why not him? If someone got a system from a banana peel, then doing it after an actual suicide jump made it look almost fair. If the other dude got a system and a giant 9-inch thing just from slipping, then Faye might as well turn into a dragon after falling off a building. It sounded balanced. Too bad he didn't believe it. Which made no sense, since he had literally healed from horrible pain and actually touched the floating blue screens. But trauma and logic never lived well together in his brain. Fine, Faye said, his voice sharp and shaky. Let's go all the way with this delusion. System, or whatever you are. What do you mean by, conquer my high school and females of my family? Who was he kidding? He knew exactly what his imagination was trying to do. He had read so many adult stories in his free time. He always imagined himself as one of those super powerful guys with good looks and ridiculous stamina. His favorite book lately was something like Reborn as the Demon King's Heir. The dude got hit by a truck, woke up with a system, and then built a group of insanely beautiful women who all wanted him like he was the last elevator out of hell. Faye knew what the system meant. He just didn't want to accept it. Clarification requested. Displaying quest details. Main quest. Conquer your high school belles. Aunt, cousins and hot rude neighbor. Objective. To awaken abilities, open cheat codes, and unlock full system functions. Host must finish at least 10% of the main quest. Parameters. Successfully conquer at least one of the following targets. Stepfamily females. Victoria, Delilah, Sienna. Hot rude neighbor. Academy belles. Minimum 3. In simple terms for slow people. Fuck one of those targets. Progress. 0%. The laugh that came out of Faye hurt. It was loud, messy, and sounded like he was losing it. Fuck one of them? He was bending over now, laughing like a maniac. You want me to? Oh my God, you want me to? Fuck. Those people? Each person on that list had made his life hell. Doing that, his hands trembled as he checked his pockets. He took out his phone, the cracked one that was already 3 generations old. The date on the lock screen made his breath hitched. 1 week earlier. And there was something else too. A kid's birthday event. For the Ashford family. The Ashfords basically owned the whole Ashford Elite Academy. Actually, they owned like half of Paradise City. So of course they could host their youngest daughter's 7th birthday party right inside the school. And of course everyone in the community was invited. Even a nobody like him. And these clothes he was wearing right now. Yeah, they were exactly the ones he wore at that event. The bounce house. The one DxD just landed in. It had been set up for the party. For the kids to play in. All the rich brats had gone home hours ago. Leaving. The lawn littered with glitter cannons and half-eaten lobster rolls. And Brett and Anderson had decided the night still needed a grand finale. Faye remembered it like it was happening again right now. The two of them grabbing him by the arms up on the second-floor balcony, laughing so hard they were crying, shoving him over the railing while he tried not to scream. Learn to fly charity case. He'd landed in this exact same inflatable castle with a thud that knocked the air out of him, too stunned to even cry. Then they'd sprinted off into the dark like the cowards they were. And then the security guards had shown up. Because of course Brett had phoned it in. Yeah. The scholarship kids trying to steal the sound system. Officer, you better hurry. They'd found a crystal champagne flute in Faye's pocket that he'd never seen before in his life. Word had gone to his aunt and uncle. To the school. He'd been humiliated in front of everyone. Harold had to come down in his silk pajamas and pretend to be disappointed while Melissa practically glowed with second-hand embarrassment. Faye's stomach dropped all over again. This wasn't some random bounce house. This was the exact moment he'd gone back to. The night everything got 10 times worse before it finally pushed him off the roof. Holy shite. Holy actual shite on a stick. He was in a time loop. Or a do-over. Or whatever the web novels called it when the universe gave you a second swing at the piñata. Ahem. The throat-clearing noise came from right behind him, dry and impatient. Faye froze. Blood turned sleet in his veins. He knew that voice. Jenkins. Big guy, ex-cop. Loved his taser more than his own kids. And beside him would be Tony, stupid twitchy little weasel who followed Brett around like a puppy hoping treats. Faye turned, slow, the bouncy floor wobble under his trainers. There they were. 2 silhouettes framed in the little vinyl doorway, hands already resting on belts, faces carved out of pure suspicion. Step out of there, Jenkins said, calm but loud. The way people talk when they've already decided you're guilty. Nice and slow. Faye's brain did that thing where it spun like a broken hamster wheel. He knew the script by heart. They'd yank him out. Find the planted evidence. Drag him across the lawn while the leftover party lights blinked like paparazzi flashes. Call Melissa and Harold. Watch the whole family turn up to gawk at the trash they'd let sleep in their house. He'd lived it once. He wasn't doing the encore. Yeah, I'm sure you got a call, Faye muttered, voice still scratchy from screaming on the way down 6 stories. Let me guess. Blonde kid, trust fund smile. Told you I'm robbing the place? Tony blinked. Jenkins's eyebrow twitched just a little, but it twitched. Faye took one tiny, wobbly step forward on the bouncy floor. His legs felt like wet noodles, but the healing warmth from the system was still humming under his skin. He could think. Barely. Think, you idiot. Change the script. The worst possible idea arrived fully formed, gift-wrapped in pure panic. Faye let his knees buckle. He dropped straight down into a dramatic crouch, hands shooting up like he was surrendering to a SWAT team. Whoa, easy, he yelped, making his voice crack on purpose. I wasn't stealing anything, I swear. Brett and Anderson, they pushed me off the balcony upstairs. I swear to God. They thought it'd be funny. Check the cameras if you don't believe me. Jenkins hesitated. Tony looked at his partner like a kid who'd just been told Santa might not be real. Faye kept going, words tumbling over each other. I've been lying here trying not to cry because my stomach hurts so bad and I didn't want anyone to see. Please, I'm not a thief. I'm just the idiot who fell for their stupid prank again. He let his voice wobble, let his eyes go glassy. It wasn't even hard. He'd had years of practice looking small and pitiful. The guards swapped a glance. The kind that said maybe this wasn't the slam dunk call they'd expected. Faye stayed crouched, heart hammering so loud he was scared they'd hear it. Praying the system, the universe, whatever cosmic joker had thrown him back into this moment, had given him just enough rope to hang them with instead of himself. Then he fell backward. It was time for his ass to save his ass. And as he landed on the bouncy surface, he let out the loudest, most grotesque fart he could possibly muster. The sound echo inside the vinyl chamber like trumpet announcing the apocalypse. The guards froze. Faye didn't stop there. He groaned loudly, clutching his stomach, and released another one. BRRRAP. Oh God. He moaned, making his voice as pitiful and disgusting as possible. I think something I ate. PFFFFFFFFFFT. He thrashed on the bounce house floor, one hand on his stomach, the other waved frantically at the guards. The shrimp at the buffet. His voice cracked with manufactured agony. I told them it smelled weird. Oh God. PRRRT, PRRRT, PRRRT. A rapid-fire succession that would have made a machine gun proud. Jenkins actually gagged, taking a step back. Jesus Christ. It's coming out both ends. Faye wailed, now genuinely committed to the bit. He made retching sounds. I can't control. BRRRRRAP. Tony had his hand over his nose and mouth. Kid, you need to. I'm trying. Faye writhed dramatically. But every time I move. PFFFFFFT. That's it, Jenkins said. Back away from the bounce house entrance. We're calling this in. Medical emergency. Should we search him? Tony asked, though he looked like he'd rather eat glass. Are you out of your bloody mind? Jenkins snaps, already pulling out his radio. You want to pat down a kid who's shitting himself? Be my guest. Faye let out another epic fart for good measure, accompanied by the most pathetic moan he could manage. Oh God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Tony shook his head firmly. Hell no. Call his family. Tell them to pick him up. This is above our pay grade. Through his fake agony, Faye felt a smile threatening to break through. Who said you can't save your ass with your ass? System notification. Congratulations. Host has successfully diverted timeline event. Social humiliation avoided. Plus 10 points. Creative problem solving. Plus 5 points. Current balance. Minus 85 points. Note. Host still owes system 85 points. Also, that was disgusting. Faye, still lying on the bounce house floor with the guards now a safe distance away, couldn't help the laugh that bubbled through his fake groans. Worth it, he whispered. PRRT. Okay, that last one wasn't entirely fake. The adrenaline was doing weird things to his digestive system. But as he lay there, listening to the guard's radio for someone to handle the medical situation, Faye felt something he hadn't felt in years. Hope. Small, fragile, ridiculous hope born from fart jokes and time travel. But hope, nonetheless. Stupid, smelly, ridiculous hope. But it was his. With the whole shitstorm gone already, they carried his whole body back home after the hospital people checked him. Paradise had this super huge hospital, like freak-level modern, all the machines shining like they came from some sci-fi movie. Normal hospitals looked like old torture rooms compared to this place. And the craziest part? Emergency treatment was free. Yeah, free. Because even though the place had rich malls and too many fancy restaurants, most stuff in the district was paid by some big quarterly payment every house had to give. That money covered healthcare, security, clean roads that didn't even have one pothole, all that stuff. Faye didn't know the exact number, but he knew it was stupid rich level. Like hundreds of thousands every quarter. That's why only the richest annoying people in the world lived here. They called it paradise. The irony wasn't lost on him. The only time Paradise's fancy benefits helped him was when he was literally lying about explosive diarrhea. Life was just laughing at him at this point. They drove him home inside one of the community medical vans, and honestly that van was nicer than most real cars he ever sat in. Leather seats and clean smell and everything. They even dropped him right in front of the Maxton mansion like he was some fragile box with a sticker saying, "Handle with care." Full of shit. Melissa was standing at the door already. Her face looked like she was worried, but her eyes were completely dead. She acted her role perfectly though, saying thank you to the medics, holding her chest and pretending she was scared for him, doing all that guardian act for any neighbors who might be watching. But when the door closed and the medics left, her whole face died again. Go to your room. She didn't even glance at him. She was still looking at her phone. Don't come for dinner. I'll have Maria bring something up. Maria would carry it. Because why would Melissa care even a little? Faye just nodded and kept acting like his stomach was exploding from the inside. And just like that, he got another save. He didn't need to join the dinner drama or whatever stupid Maxton family thing they were planning tonight. Because he was sick. So now he was here, lying in his tiny room like some warehouse storage. The door was even locked for the first time, and thank the gods for that. He stared at the ceiling that had old water stains and tried to understand his whole life. He had too much to think about, like a whole mountain. Not only that he needed to sleep with his enemies to stay alive, but the bigger thing. He actually went back in time. He died, or he would die, was supposed to die after 1 week. But now he was thrown back to this moment? How does that work? He didn't know at all. At the hospital earlier, some doctor with a name tag saying, Dr. Richardson, kept checking his heartbeat and asking boring stuff like, "How long have you had these symptoms?" And Faye just answered, since 5 minutes ago in my imagination. While all that was happening, he tried asking the system in his head things like, "Yo system, how did I time travel? What even are you? Are you like some god? Or alien? Or super AI?" But what did the big super system reply? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just more missions. More objectives. More blue boxes reminding him what to do. No explanation for the impossible thing happening. It was like asking your Siri how the universe works and Siri replying, "I found websites that might help. Want me to open them?" So useless. He started wondering. Was this that type of controlling system that readers always complain about in comments? The one that forces the character to do things? The ones that shock you or punish you if you don't obey? He wasn't sure. The feeling was kind of different. But who knows? He had zero knowledge about magical time travel sex systems anyway. But honestly, what choice did he even have in this whole giant mess? He got a second chance. As crazy as it sounded, he was here again. Alive. Breathing. Not smashed on the street like flat meat. Not dying in some other unknown way he didn't even hear about before. So what was he gonna cry about? It was like a homeless guy complaining because someone gave him a bed and 3 meals for only cleaning the floor a bit. Like, bro, you were eating trash yesterday. Maybe relax and accept the win? Still, a man could hope, right? System, Faye said to the empty room, keeping his voice small. You're not gonna, control my body, right? Force me to do stuff? Because I read enough light novels to know that part and it's creepy as hell. Negative. System does not possess body control functions. Host maintains full autonomy over all actions. System merely provides quests, rewards, and consequences. Oh thank fuck. Faye let out a long breath he didn't even know he was catching in his chest. So you're just giving me the missions and letting me think how to do them? Correct. And if I tell you to go fuck yourself? Host may verbally abuse System without penalty. However, failure to complete given quest will still result in stated consequences. Yeah, death. Got it. He rubbed his face with both hands. You're basically like a very rude GPS turn left so you don't die. If you don't turn left, you fall off a cliff, but sure, up to you. Analogy acceptable. Faye let out a tiny laugh. At least the System had a little personality. That was something maybe? Okay, time to be serious for real. He needed to stop freaking and focus on the main thing. He was gonna die in 1 week. 7 days. 168 hours. That was the real problem. But wait, there was a loophole, wasn't there? A big shining one. Just don't kill yourself. Boom. Crisis done. Like some superhero saving the world last second. Don't jump off the building, don't take pills, don't do whatever future him was planning. He could just not die. Easy, right? Incorrect assumption detected. That blue text flashed in his eyes and his stomach dropped like a broken elevator. Oh, what now? Suicide was one of 7 potential death events scheduled for original timeline date. None were system-related. System binding occurred to prevent host death and provide path to survival. Primary mission. Ensure host avoids all death flags and achieves sustainable happiness. Faye sat up so fast he almost cracked his own neck. Wait. Hold the fuck on. 7? There were 7 ways I was supposed to die that day. /n. Guys, let's figure the system out slowly. Also thank you for being here with me on yet another adventure, and this one would give you goosebumps. Vitali's Silverblade. Give me some thumbs up if you're here already, buddy. Affirmative. Host unknowingly avoided 6 death scenarios throughout the day before choosing suicide as 7th option. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Faye shot up and started pacing around his tiny-ass room like a rat trapped in a microwave. His brain felt like it was overheating. I dodged death 6 times without even knowing? What is this, some final destination bullshit? Was a truck aiming for me? Did someone put poison in my lunch? What the actual hell, man? Information restricted. Of course it is, Faye said. Wouldn't want life to be too easy for me, right? God forbid. He let out this half-laugh, half-cough, running both hands through his messy hair. So apparently he'd been walking around yesterday or next week or last week or whatever timeline clown fiesta this was, and death had been following him around like some obsessed stalker who never got the hint. 6 times. 6 full whelp, guess I'm dead events, and he somehow dodged all of them by pure idiot luck. And then, after surviving all that, after the universe giving him 6 freebies, he climbed up a building and jumped anyway. The irony was so thick it could block a drain. Wow! Faye sat on his bed again, staring at the floor like the answers were written there. That's, I don't even know. Poetic? Tragic? Dumb? Maybe all of it at once. But honestly, what was he even supposed to feel? He had hated his life. Like deep bone, soul level hated it. Half the time he wasn't even living, just existing. Going through motions like someone had unplugged him long ago. If he died during death event number 1, would he even care? Probably not. And now this system was telling him it came to save him. For what? For his happiness? To protect him from Destiny's murder obsession, so he could get some happily ever after ending like a Disney princess with trauma? Let me guess, Faye said, voice dry enough to start a fire. True love's kiss breaks the curse? Negative. Sexual intercourse required. Not kissing. Though kissing may be useful for seduction process. I wasn't being literal, you dumb toaster. Faye stopped mid-insult, breathing in deeply. Never mind. Forget it. This whole thing felt like a giant cosmic prank. Like someone in the sky had too much free time and decided the funniest punchline ever was, "Hey bro, screw people or die. The ends justify the means, right?" That was the popular saying. And if he could just shut his eyes, swallow his disgust, and stick his dick, the one physical thing he actually had going for him, the only trait Danton probably envied, into one of the women who'd made his life miserable, he'd get powers, abilities, some anime protagonist upgrade package. It was basically the universe saying, jump into a volcano and you'll come out with superpowers. Could he do it? Faye stared at his shaking hands. His fingers twitched like they were arguing with themselves. Yeah, he could. If he twisted it in his head, made it about revenge, payback, balance. He could use them the same way they used him all these years. Take something from them instead of always being the walking donation box for pain and humiliation. Sex revenge for power. Sounded nasty. Wrong. Like something the villain would do in Chapter 3 before getting punched by the hero. But then again, Victoria made him refold towels for 4 hours while she texted her friends about how funny it was. Delilah literally held him down while her twin turned him into a human target. Sienna destroyed his laptop, his one personal item. Didn't even pretend to be sorry. Melissa treated him like a housemaid with legs. The Academy Bells blackmailed him, humiliated him, spread rumors about him like it was their job description. Could anybody really blame him for wanting revenge at this point? Fuck it, Faye whispered. I can do this. Even if I want to vomit the whole time, I can do it. The words felt heavy inside him, like swallowing a brick wrapped in regret. But wait, slow down. He was thinking too far ahead. There was a bigger problem here. A gigantic one. How the hell was a virgin with zero charisma supposed to seduce anyone? Forget seducing. Those girls didn't even look at him like he was human. He was basically background scenery to them. Wall decoration with legs. Victoria, Delilah, Sienna, they were hot. Stupidly hot. Born beautiful, money-polished hot. Skin glowing like they were dipped in moonlight every morning. Hair perfect even in hurricanes. Bodies shaped like they had personal trainers since they were toddlers. The Academy Bells? Final boss level. Their whole existence felt photoshopped. They had private chefs, spa treatments, caretakers, life coaches, basically everything short of divine blessings. And what did he have? Faye dragged himself off the bed and walked to his mirror. The cracked one on the closet door. Cracked because Danton once threw a shoe at his head and thankfully missed. He stared at himself. Really stared. No shortcuts this time. His messy dark hair drooped all over his forehead like wet noodles. His eyes looked tired even when he wasn't tired, with dark circles underneath like he hadn't slept in 10 years. His skin was pale in the shut-in emo gamer way, not the sexy vampire way. His body was skinny like a stick that forgot to grow muscles. His clothes fit him wrong, hanging like they wanted to quit their job too. He wasn't ugly, but he wasn't anything special either. He was the NPC you walk past 10 times and still forget the face. A human loading screen. A beige wall with feelings. How the hell am I supposed to seduce anyone looking like this? He asked the mirror. The mirror stared back with the same dead eyes, clearly saying, Bro, you're on your own. Seriously, system. Look at me. Faye pointed at himself like he was presenting a crime scene. I look like I'm one skipped breakfast away from getting yeeted into another dimension by a fan. These women wouldn't sleep with me if I was the final DLC male on Earth and the human species needed patch notes to survive. They'd let humanity uninstall itself first. Ding! Beginner's gift package available. Congratulations on surviving your first timeline alteration. Reward? Charm speech LV.1. Duration? 24 hours. Faye blinked at the glowing text. His heart did a weird spasm, like it saw a police siren and panicked. Charm speech. He said it slow, like the syllables were suspicious. What the hell is charm speech? Sounds like something a YouTuber scammer would shout before selling crypto. Charm speech LV.1. Ability grants host enhanced verbal persuasion. Effectiveness. 60% acceptance rate on targets in heightened emotional or aroused states, decreased effectiveness on targets in neutral or hostile emotional states. Note: ability affects tone, cadence, and subconscious receptivity of listener. Duration: 24 hours from activation. Activate now. His mouth dried up like he just remembered he hadn't drunk water since 2019. 60%. 60. If he used this thing on someone already heated or aroused, they might actually listen, agree, let him. Yeah, that was either peak insanity or the exact cheat code he needed to stop being the universe's punching bag. Probably both. Hold up, pause. Faye started pacing again, waving his hands like a guy explaining why his NFT art had potential. This is brain-melting, man. What, I just talk and suddenly hot people want to say yes to fuck me. That's not even physics. That's not even anime physics. That's TikTok guru bullshit. System operates beyond standard reality parameters. Host acceptance required for ability activation. Yeah, no kidding. He dragged a hand down his face. But what if it flops? What if I turn this thing on, walk up to someone like Aunt Melissa, and it does nothing? He could already imagine it. Melissa's face turning into that disappointed celebrity look. The type you see when a pop star gets asked about their ex in an interview. She'd demolish him. With words. With volume. With that professional-grade Aunt Fury. Hell, she might even kick him out of the house entirely. You dare speak to me like that? After everything we've done for you? Or worse, schoolgirls. If he tried this on Sierra or one of those Academy princesses, and it fizzled, boom. Instant campus-wide newsflash. Group chats exploding. Whisper networks turning into thunder. Did you hear? The charity boy tried to flirt with me. I almost got second-hand cringe. The audacity, the bravery, the stupidity. He could practically smell the social death. Thick like burnt popcorn. His already tragic life would nosedive into full apocalypse mode. The kind of disaster that got documentaries made about it. He swallowed hard. This charm thing. It could turn him into a menace, a monster, a walking red flag with buffed charisma. Or it could turn him into a public meme. Both were terrifying. Both were possible. And the worst part? He kinda needed it. Could he even trust the system with something like this? That was the thought circling his brain like some drunk pigeon that refused to leave. Yeah, the thing had saved him from splattering across the pavement like expired lasagna. Yeah, it had patched up his spine like it was doing light housework. But this wasn't bones and blood. This was vulnerability. Emotional nudity. The kind of shit that makes people curl up under blankets and binge late-night infomercials. What if it's a trap? Faye muttered into the room, voice shaking just enough to embarrass him. What if you're just fucking with me? Like some cosmic prank show? Haha. Surprise? You're an idiot. System has no motive to deceive host. Host survival equals system success. Host death equals system termination. He blinked. That actually made sense. Cold sense. Business level sense. Like the system was explaining quarterly earnings. If he died, it got unplugged from existence. If he lived, they both got a gold star. No twisted mastermind vibes there. Fine, he said, even though his voice cracked like a busted speaker. Fine. Activate it. Charm speech LV.1 activated. Duration. 23 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. Good luck, host. For a moment nothing happened. Nothing. He just stood there like a dumbass in the middle of his sad little room, waiting for lightning or power surges or maybe an anime sparkle aura. Instead, the universe gave him a whole lot of nothing. Then he said, wait. His voice, his damn voice, sounded different, soothing, warm, smooth in the way expensive singers sound when they're whispering about heartbreak on vinyl. Not deep or fake sexy, just inviting, like caramel that melted right. Even, he wanted to hear himself speak. Faye slapped a hand over his mouth, eyes wide. Holy shit, he whispered. And even the whisper sounded like it belonged on late-night radio. No way, this is real. This actually, but then his brain did what it always did. Slammed him straight back into Panic City. What if this was it? Just a voice upgrade? Nothing else. No persuasion magic. No 60% reality distortion. Just new audio settings. Like some Walmart version of Charm. That fear came fast and ugly, clamping onto him so hard his hands trembled and his breath sped up. He could already imagine the disasters. Him stepping up to someone, anyone, and opening his mouth only for the charm to flop like a bad joke. He could destroy whatever microscopic reputation he still had. He could make himself the household clown, the neighborhood weirdo, the academy's cautionary tale. But he didn't have time to be scared. Tick-tock. 24 hours. Well, 23 and 58 now. Every second he wasted was like flushing opportunity down the toilet and waving goodbye as it circled the drain. And yet the thought still slipped out. What could go wrong, right? He actually barked a laugh. The bitter kind. The kind late-night comedians throw right before they roast a celebrity's entire career on national TV. Everything could go wrong. Everything often did go wrong around him. This whole plan could get him kicked out of the house, expelled from the academy, turn him into the town's cautionary bedtime story. Remember that kid who tried to seduce his own family? Yeah, that one, absolute psycho. But then again, he'd already jumped off a building. A week from now, that future version of him had literally walked to the roof and said, "Fuck it." He'd been ready to die. So what was one more catastrophic mistake? Worst case, he ended up exactly where his timeline already promised. Dead. Best case, he changed shit. So yeah, the path was hell either way. Just different decorations on the walls. Okay? Faye whispered, trying to unclench every muscle in his body. Okay, I can do this. I can. No, he absolutely could not. He was terrified enough to sweat through a winter coat. But he had to choose. Had to pick the first target like he was drafting players for a team he didn't even want to coach. He sat on the bed, mind racing so fast it felt like smoke might start leaking out of his ears. The system had listed options like it was reading from a cursed menu. Step-family females, the hot neighbor with the attitude problem, or the academy's queen bee nightmares. Fine. He'd break it down. Like he always did. Logic mode. The only coping mechanism he still had intact. Victoria, 19, eldest, college girl who thought she was God's favorite. She wasn't home most of the time, so if he fumbled the bag, he might only have to see her every other holiday. She was vicious, wise in the art of psychological warfare, the kind of pretty that made people cruel. She'd probably laugh in his face and then call the cops for good measure. Delilah, teen, twin to Danton, She was predictable in schedule, always around, easy to find. She was unpredictable in every other way. She'd shot him with paintballs until he bruised like a banana. And she and Danton were emotionally welded together. If he messed up with her, Danton would go full attack dog. Sienna, 17, same age, same school. Most likely option not to instantly kill him. Saw her every day. Familiarity existed. She'd smashed his laptop like it was a piñata, treated him like leftover trash. She might not even register he was talking to her unless someone pointed out he existed. Melissa, his aunt, that one made nausea roll up his throat. Beautiful, yeah. In an expensive perfume, cold aristocrat, venomous snake in human skin way. But she'd basically turned his childhood into a labor camp. Thinking about seducing her made him want to peel his own skin off. Hard pass. Nuclear pass. Only if the world was ending and a gun was to his head pass. The hot, rude neighbor. He didn't even know who that was. The system had mentioned it, but paradise was huge. Lots of neighbors. Which one? The one to the left with the daughter who was always sunbathing? The one across the street with the mom who jogged every morning? The family 2 houses down with the girl who always wore headphones? Too vague. Too risky to just guess. Academy belles. This was a whole category. Girls like Sierra who'd blackmailed him. Or Madison, who'd laughed when Brett shoved him into a locker. or Amber, who'd accidentally spilled coffee on him 3 times in one semester. They were all gorgeous, all cruel, all completely out of his league even with a magic voice. Faye groaned, burying his face in his hands. Every option sucked. Every single one was a potential disaster that could blow up in his face spectacularly. But he had to choose. The clock was ticking. 23 hours and 54 minutes. Think, God damn it, think, who would be the easiest? Who would be most receptive? The system said the ability worked better on targets in heightened emotional or aroused states. Okay, so he needed someone who was already somewhat vulnerable. Someone who might be emotionally available or horny. Jesus, he couldn't believe he was thinking about this clinically. Sienna was always on her phone, probably texting some guy. Maybe she was frustrated? Teenage girls got frustrated with relationships, right? That was a thing? Or maybe one of the academy girls. Someone he'd seen flirting with guys, someone who was clearly interested in that kind of stuff. Madison had a different boyfriend every month. Sierra was always posting thirst traps on Instagram. They were clearly sexually active or at least thinking about it. But approaching them was suicide. They hated him. Actively, intentionally hated him. Unless Faye's mind caught on something. The ability said it decreased effectiveness on neutral or hostile targets. But what if he caught them at the right moment? Like, what if Sierra was having a fight with her boyfriend and she was angry and upset and vulnerable? Would that count as heightened emotional state? It was a gamble. A huge, terrifying gamble. But what else did he have? Faye stood up, walked to his mirror one more time, and looked at his reflection. Still pale, still tired, still forgettable. But when he opened his mouth to speak, the voice that came out was different. "You can do this," he said softly. Fear still gripped his chest like a vice. Doubt whispered that this would all go horribly wrong. Logic screamed that he was about to ruin his life even more than it already was. But he'd already decided to die. Already stepped off that building. What was a little humiliation compared to death? But that was it. Wasn't it? One wrong word, one failed attempt at seduction, and he wouldn't just be humiliated. He'd be erased. His name would become synonymous with predator in every search engine. His face would be on sex offender registries in multiple states because their families would make sure of it. He'd never work again. Not at a gas station, not even picking up trash on the side of the highway because even the Department of Corrections would reject him. He'd be homeless. But even the homeless community would shun him because predators weren't safe around anyone. He'd be alone in every possible sense of the word. No friends, no family, no place to sleep, no food except what he could steal or scavenge from dumpsters that other homeless people hadn't already claimed. And when winter came, because it always came, he'd freeze to death in some abandoned building, his body found weeks later by squatters who'd report it to exactly no one because who gives a shit about a dead predator? That was his future if the charm speech failed him. Total annihilation of everything he was or could ever be. Faye knew he was overthinking most of this shit. But he'd always been someone who calculated the worst outcomes from anything he did. He was a nobody in paradise, someone no one cared about, someone even his own family wanted gone. If anything happened to him, they'd probably throw a party. But thanks to holding back most times, never fighting back, never talking back, just enduring, he'd managed to survive. And in the end, he had food. A roof over his head. A very big, very expensive roof that sheltered him. He received education at an elite academy that would one day help him escape this hellhole. At least he could see the results of his restraint. At least there was some payoff. But until when was he supposed to keep holding back forever? Keep taking everyone's shit even after coming back a week in the past? Even after getting a fucking system? In novels, guys like him with systems had to break the old shackles to get anywhere. If he kept cowering at every decision just because of the worst possible outcome, how was he supposed to be a winner? A dragon among dragons. That's what being a DxD was all about, right? Beat every shackle in your way. Rise to the top. And in his case, he just had to seduce one of these women. One fucking woman. Faye stood there in his room, his fists clenched at his sides. Then he closed his eyes, took a breath, When he opened them again, something had changed. Something had hardened in his expression, settled in his jaw, sharpened in his gaze. Conviction. The most driving force anyone could ever have to achieve anything. Even something as petty as revenge. Get a reason. Have enough conviction to do it. Then fucking do it. He was determined to do this. Today. Tonight. Which was reckless as fuck, by the way. Absolutely insane. But when had playing it safe ever gotten him anything? Of all the women on his list, he only had access to 3 right now. Victoria was away at college, so she was out. That left Delilah, who was here. Sienna, who was here. And their mother, Melissa. Actually, scratch that. He had access to 4. Mrs. Adriana. The rude neighbor. Melissa used to send him to her house even at night for the most meaningless reasons imaginable. Picking up a book Melissa had lent her, dropping off some dish, retrieving some stupid kitchen utensil. He could use that excuse to go over there right now if he wanted. But he knew no tactic that would work on Mrs. Adriana. None. She hated him for no fucking reason. With an intensity that went beyond even Melissa's casual cruelty. The risk with her was 200%. Maybe higher. So he had to focus on the 3 in this house. Usually by 10 p.m., the whole family was asleep or locked in their own rooms doing whatever rich assholes did before bed. But Faye knew their patterns. He'd watched them for years, invisible as always, learning their schedules like they were his job. Danton was either having girls over or masturbating. Usually he did the latter in Faye's room because boundaries were a concept that didn't apply to the golden boy. But right now, Danton wasn't here, which meant he probably had a girl in his actual room. That horny dog was off the list of people who could make his mission difficult tonight. That left a window of opportunity. But there was no way in hell he was sneaking into Delilah's or Sienna's rooms. They'd scream instantly. Even if he just knocked and politely announced he was at the door, they'd freak the fuck out and call for help. Let's not even imagine what would happen if he just suddenly appeared in their rooms unannounced. Security would be called. Harold would beat him unconscious. Game over. Which left only one person. One option. Melissa. Oh my God. Faye said out loud, sitting back down on his bed with a thud. Harold was going to kill him. Like actually murder him. Maybe this was one of the ways he was supposed to die in that week the system had mentioned. Death by enraged step-uncle beating him to death with a golf club. But Faye had already decided. This was do or die. And it was happening tonight. There were things that separated winners from losers. One of them was the willingness to take insane risks when the stakes were already at rock bottom. Then again, maybe going full suicidal wasn't actually a winner's strategy. Maybe it was just an idiot's way of courting death even faster. But so be it. Idiots were winners too sometimes. Had to be. The odds demanded it. And besides, Faye's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. Melissa was the only one who was horny right now. Why? Well, surprise. 2 months ago, Faye couldn't sleep. That wasn't unusual. Insomnia had been his constant companion for years now, showing up uninvited like everything else in this house. Sometimes it was the stress. Sometimes it was Danton. Sometimes it was just his brain refusing to shut the fuck up, replaying every humiliation from the day like a highlight reel of his failures. Tonight it was thirst. Simple, mundane thirst. He'd gone to bed without water because the kitchen had been occupied. Danton and some girl making out against the counter, her giggles echoing through the mansion like nails on a chalkboard. Faye had turned around immediately, gone back to his room, and tried to ignore the dry scratch in his throat. But by 1:47 a.m., according to the clock on his nightstand, he couldn't ignore it anymore. Fuck it. Danton and his flavor of the week were probably done by now. Probably in his room, doing whatever it was that required Faye to be exiled from his own space for the night. He slipped out of bed, wearing just his old t-shirt and sweatpants, and padded barefoot into the hallway. The Maxton mansion was different at night. During the day it was all sharp edges and cold marble, a showpiece designed to intimidate. But at night, with only the subtle glow of accent lighting along the baseboards, it almost felt peaceful, like a museum after hours, when all the visitors had gone home and the exhibits could finally breathe. Faye moved quietly down the hallway, years of practice making his footsteps silent. Rule number 1 of survival in this house: don't draw attention to yourself. Ever. He made it to the main staircase, started descending toward the first floor where the kitchen was located, when he heard it. A sound. Soft, barely audible, coming from somewhere below. Faye froze mid-step, his hand gripping the banister. Came again. A faint whimper? Moan? He couldn't tell. But it was definitely human, and it was definitely coming from the first floor. His first thought: Danton had brought his girl downstairs. Great. Just fucking great. Now he'd have to wait even longer for water, or risk walking in on something that would give him nightmares. But as he stood there, listening, something felt off. The sound wasn't coming from the living room where Danton usually fooled around. It was coming from the other side of the house, toward the east wing, toward the library. Curiosity, that dangerous, stupid thing that had gotten him in trouble more times than he could count, made him continue down the stairs, slowly, carefully, each step deliberate and silent. Faye hesitated only a moment. Curiosity had always been his weakest muscle. It overpowered common sense every time. He descended the rest of the stairs in silence, keeping to the edges where the marble was less likely to echo. The foyer stretched wide beneath the absurd chandelier that glittered even in the dark, throwing fractured light across the floor like spilled coins. Faye kept to the shadows along the wall, moving toward the source of the sound. The library door was closed but not latched. A sliver of light spilled out from the crack, painting a thin line across the marble floor. And the sounds clearer now were definitely not the kind Danton usually made people produce. The air in the hallway felt thick, almost humid against Faye's skin, carrying the faint, lingering trace of Melissa's perfume, something expensive, spiced, with a dark floral bite that always clung to the back of his throat like a threat. He'd reached the library door and the scent changed. Sharper. Salt and skin and something unmistakably female, raw and animal, curling out through the gap like smoke. It hit him low in the gut, a hot, dizzying rush that made his mouth water even while his stomach twisted. Through the sliver of open door the room breathed heat. The monitor's glow was a cold blue blade across the oak desk, but the air itself felt feverish, heavy with the musk of arousal. He could taste it on every inhale. Coppery sweet, edged with the faint metallic tang of her sweat. Then the sounds wrapped around him. Wet, not polite, not discreet. The thick, rhythmic, schlick schlick schlick, as her fingers plunged in and pulled out, skin on slick skin, loud enough that he felt it in his teeth. Each stroke ended with a soft, filthy squelch when her palm ground against her clit. The chair creaked in time, old leather exhaling like it, too, was breathing hard. Someone was sitting in that chair. Someone with long, dark hair cascading over bare shoulders. Someone whose right hand was moving rhythmically beneath the desk, out of sight, while soft moans escaped her lips. Melissa. Faye's breath caught in his throat so hard he almost choked. His aunt? No, his guardian, his tormentor, the woman who'd made his life a calculated hell for 10 years, was sitting in Harold's chair, her silk robe hanging open, one hand between her legs, the other braced on the desk as she watched something on the computer screen. The monitor's glow illuminated her face, and Faye could see her expression even from his limited angle through the crack. Eyes half-lidded, lips parted, cheeks flushed. Her hand moved faster, and her breathing hitched. A faint sheen of sweat coated her spine, catching the monitor light in trembling streaks that slid slowly downward, tracing every vertebra before disappearing beneath the bunched silk at her waist. The muscles along her shoulder blades flexed and released, flexed and released, skin sliding over bone in a rhythm that matched the frantic motion between her thighs. In the cheval mirror the view was merciless. Her pussy flushed dark rose, swollen and shining, lips parted and glistening like split fruit. Her 2 fingers, middle and ring, drove into the knuckle, came out slick and webbed with her own wetness, then curled upward before plunging again. Each thrust pushed a soft bead of fluid over her perineum. It rolled down the crease of her thigh and dripped, one slow drop after another, onto the leather seat beneath her. The wet patch spread, dark and gleaming. Faye's pulse thundered so hard he felt it in his cock. A heavy, aching throb that jerked against the waistband of his sweatpants. Precum leaked, warm and sticky, soaking into cotton. The fabric clung to the head, every heartbeat dragging it across hypersensitive skin until his knees nearly buckled. "Fuck," she whispered, so quiet Faye almost didn't hear it. Yes, just like that. She was talking to the screen, to whatever porn she was watching. Melissa's breath sawed in and out, harsh, wet, almost animal. Little broken noises spilled from her throat. Half-swallowed whimpers. Low curses. Please she'd never let anyone hear in daylight. Faye knew he should leave. Knew this was beyond wrong, beyond inappropriate. If she caught him, if anyone caught him, he was dead. Worse than dead. But he couldn't move. Couldn't look away. It was like his brain had short-circuited, trapped between horror and something else. Something he didn't want to name. Melissa's moans grew louder, more desperate. Her hips shifted in the chair, grinding against her own hand. The wet sounds intensified. God. Yes. Please. Her voice was nothing like the cold, controlled tone she used during the day. This was raw, desperate, human in a way Faye had never seen her. Her scent thickened with every second, flooding the air until Faye tasted her on his tongue. Salt, sex, the faint bitterness of her own arousal. Her spine bowed suddenly, a sharp, elegant arch. Her movements became erratic, her breathing harsh and rapid. And then she, tensed, her whole body going rigid, her free hand gripping the edge of the desk hard enough that her knuckles went white. The mirror caught everything. The way her pussy clenched hard around her buried fingers, a visible flutter. Another thick pulse of wetness forcing its way out around her knuckles and sliding down her wrist. Her thighs shook. The leather seat squeaked under the sudden pressure of her hips grinding down. A low, desperate cry tore loose despite her clenched teeth. Raw, guttural. Nothing like the polished woman who ruled this house. Her whole body seized, shoulders locking, toes curling against the floor, and for one endless second she was perfectly, violently still. Then she shattered. A full-body shudder rolled through her, sweat-slick skin rippling. Another gush, hot, clear fluid, spilled over her fingers and pattered audibly onto the seat. The smell of it, sharp, heady, unmistakably her climax, slammed into Faye like a fist. She sagged forward, forehead almost touching the desk, chest heaving. Her hands stayed between her legs a moment longer, lazily stroking through the mess she'd made, fingers shining like they'd been dipped in oil. Fuck! She rasped, voice cracked open and trembling. The single word hung in the humid air like incense. Faye's lungs burned. He hadn't taken a breath in far too long. His cock jerked again, leaking steadily now, the wet spot on his sweatpants cold against his skin. Shame and lust braided so tight he couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. He forced himself backward. One silent step, two, every nerve screaming. The marble was ice under his feet now, shocking him back into his body. He fled. The hallway blurred past him, perfume and sex still clinging to the inside of his nose, the wet sounds echoing behind his eyes. He didn't stop until his bedroom door clicked shut and he collapsed against it, sliding down until he sat on the floor, shaking, hard, filthy with the memory of her soaked fingers and the way her pussy had clenched and wept for no one but herself. He didn't sleep again that night. What the fuck had he just seen? He swore it was a fluke, a single lapse. Harold had been gone for 8 days on some overseas deal, and Melissa was only human. Once. That's all it would be. He lied to himself very convincingly for exactly 72 hours. Wednesday, 1:30 a.m. The house dead quiet except for the low hum of the air system and the blood in his ears. Faye lay rigid in bed, throat dry again, cock already half-hard at the memory. He couldn't scrub out no matter how many times he showered. He didn't even pretend to fight it this time. The hallway felt longer tonight, colder against his bare feet. but the closer he got to the east wing, the warmer the air became, thick with that same spiced perfume now laced with something darker, muskier, unmistakable. His pulse was already sprinting by the time the sliver of light appeared under the library door, brighter than before, like she'd cranked the monitor to full. Or maybe it was just his anticipation. The sounds leaked out before he even touched the wood. Soft, wet clicks. A low, rhythmic creak of leather. A breathy, impatient whimper that went straight to his balls. He pressed his eye to the gap. Melissa was already deep in it. The silk robe was gone completely tonight. Just a careless puddle of black on the floor beside the chair. She sat, naked, in Harold's throne, legs splayed wide, feet planted on the edge of the desk so her thighs framed the screen. The monitor painted her skin in shifting blues and whites as she scrolled one-handed through a thumbnail gallery, the other hand busy between her legs. Her pussy looked different tonight. Angrier, more swollen, lips puffy and slick, darkened with blood. She was using 3 fingers now, spreading herself open on every outstroke so the soft pink inside flashed wetly before she sank them back in with a greedy sound that made Faye's mouth flood with saliva. She clicked a next video. The speakers were off, but whatever she saw made her head fall back. A low, filthy "Fuck" dragging out of her throat. Her hips jerked forward, chasing her hand. Faye watched, transfixed as she spread wider still. One heel slipping off the desk so her knee hooked over the armrest, opening her completely. The cheval mirror had been adjusted. The angle was perfect. He angered himself so the mirror was directly in his face, could see everything. The way her clit stood hard and shining, the rhythmic clench of her entrance every time her fingers twisted inside, the steady drip of arousal that rolled down to soak the leather beneath her ass. Her free hand left the mouse and dragged up her own body, nails raking over her stomach, leaving faint pink trails. She cupped one breast hard, pinched the nipple until she hissed, then let it go and did it again, rougher. Her back bowed, sweat beading along the elegant line of her spine, trickling down to pool in the small dip just above her ass. The wet sounds were louder tonight, sloppy, careless, the kind of noise that only happened when someone stopped giving a damn who heard. Each thrust of her fingers ended with a wet slap of her palm against her clit. Her thighs trembled. The foot still on the desk curled, toes digging into polished oak. Faye's cock was fully hard now, leaking a steady pulse of pre-cum that cooled instantly against his skin where it soaked through his sweatpants. He didn't touch himself. Couldn't. If he did, he'd come in. Seconds. And the sound would give him away. Instead, he stood frozen, breathing through his mouth, tasting her in the air, salt and heat and raw, aching need. Melissa's rhythm stuttered. Her head snapped forward, eyes locked on the screen, lips peeled back from her teeth. Right there. Don't stop, fuck. The words spilled out, hoarse, pleading, aimed at whatever faceless man was fucking her in the video. Her fingers pistoned faster, wrist flexing, forearm corded with strain. In the mirror her pussy fluttered visibly, a fresh rush of slick coating her hand and wrist, dripping in thin strings to the seat. She came hard. Her whole body seized, back arched like a bow, breasts thrust forward, nipples tight and dark. A sharp, broken cry tore loose, louder than last time, echoing off the books. Her pussy clamped down on her fingers in waves Faye could actually see, each contraction forcing another thick pulse of wetness out around her knuckles that splattered softly onto the leather. She stayed locked like that for a long, shuddering moment, breath sawing in and out, then collapsed forward, forehead thunking against the edge of the desk. Her hand stayed between her legs, lazily stroking through the mess, spreading it over her clit in slow, indulgent circles like she was wringing out every last aftershock. Minutes passed. The monitor dimmed to a screensaver, slow-moving galaxies that painted her sweat-slick skin in shifting constellations. Faye backed away while she was still slumped there, boneless and glowing, the scent of her orgasm thick enough to choke on. He made it to his room, locked the door, and came in his sweatpants without even touching his junk. Just the memory of her gaping, dripping cunt and the sound of her begging a ghost to keep fucking her. Nights later, He was back at the door before he'd even admitted to himself he was walking. When she came this time, she actually whimpered, and the sound sent a jolt through Faye's entire body. He left before she finished cleaning up, went back to his room, lay in bed staring at the ceiling. It happened again on Saturday, and the following Monday, and Wednesday, and Saturday. Pattern emerged. 3 times a week minimum. Sometimes for if she was particularly stressed or if Harold was traveling. But she never, ever missed Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday. Always between 1 o'clock and 2 a.m. Always the library. Always the same routine. Computer porn, masturbation, orgasm, cleanup. She'd wipe down the chair with tissues from the desk drawer. Delete the browser history with practice deficiency. Close all the windows. Shut down the computer. Adjust her robe. Check her appearance in the small mirror she kept in the desk drawer. Then she'd slip out of the library like a ghost, padding silently through the mansion back to the master bedroom where Harold slept, oblivious. And Faye never missed a single show. Not once in 2 months. He told himself he was gathering information, learning their patterns, their weaknesses. That's what you did when you were at war, right? You learned everything you could about the enemy. But that was bullshit. And he knew it. The truth was simpler and so much worse. Watching Melissa lose control, watching her be human and desperate and vulnerable, was the only power he had over her. The only secret he held that she didn't know about. It was pathetic, creepy, wrong on every possible level. But he couldn't stop. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, like clockwork, Faye would wake up around 1:30 a.m., or more accurately, would lie awake waiting for 1:30 a.m., and make his way down to the library. And every time she was there, sometimes she'd watch the same video multiple times. Sometimes she'd browse for 20 minutes before finding something that worked. Once, she'd been so frustrated, she'd actually cried while touching herself, tears streaming down her face as she came. That night had fucked with Faye's head for a week. He learned things he never wanted to know, like how Melissa preferred rough porn, the kind where the woman was being dominated, held down, used. How she bit her lip when she was close. How she always whispered please right before she came, like she was begging some invisible partner. He learned that Harold and Melissa's marriage was apparently as dead in the bedroom as it was everywhere else. 2 months of watching, and Harold never once joined her. Never walked in. Was probably passed out drunk in their bed while his wife got herself off in the library. Faye should have felt disgusted. Should have felt guilty. Instead, he felt something else. Something darker. Something that whispered in the back of his mind that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't as powerless as everyone thought. Knowledge was power, right? And now he had knowledge that could destroy her. Not that he'd ever use it. What would he even do? Tell Harold? Hey Uncle Harold. Just wanted you to know your wife masturbates to porn 3 times a week in your library while you sleep. Yeah, that would go over great. No, this secret would stay locked in his head. A small victory in a war he was losing on every other front. Just him and Melissa and the library at 1:30 a.m. 3 times a week. Monday, Wednesday, Saturday. Like fucking clockwork. Present day. Faye sat on his bed, the charm speech ability humming in his throat, and realized something that made his heart race. Today was that day. In less than 3 hours, Melissa would be in that library again. Alone. Vulnerable. In a heightened emotional state, as the system so clinically put it. Aroused. The system had said charm speech worked best on targets who were already emotional or horny. Well, Faye knew exactly where to find a horny target. And he had 23 hours and 42 minutes left on his ability. Holy shit! He whispered to his empty room. This was insane. Absolutely fucking insane. But it was also perfect. He didn't have to approach her during the day when she was cold and cruel and in control. Didn't have to try to seduce her when she was surrounded by the rest of the family, when any failure would be witnessed and weaponized. He just had to wait until 1:30 a.m., when she was already touching herself, already desperate, already human. When she was already halfway to where he needed her to be. The worst that could happen. She'd scream, call for Harold. Faye would be beaten, thrown out, his life destroyed. But his life was already destroyed. And he'd already decided to die. So what was left to lose? Faye looked at the clock. 10:47 p.m. Less than 3 hours. Fuck it, he said to the empty room, his new charming voice making even those words sound almost pleasant. Let's see if this is worth a damn. He lay back on his bed, fully dressed, and stared at the ceiling, waiting. Time was indeed the essence. Time was indeed the essence. Faye lay on his bed, staring at the clock as it mocked him with its slow progression. 10:47 p.m. 2 hours and 43 minutes until showtime. 2 hours and 43 minutes to figure out what the fuck he was actually going to do when he got there. Because he couldn't just rely on the voice alone. The charm speech was a tool, sure, but it wasn't a magic fuck me button. He had to know what to say, how to act, what to do. He couldn't just barge into the library and go, "Aunt Melissa, strip, let's fuck." That would be death by 1,000 humiliations. Actually, knowing Melissa, probably death by one very effective call to Harold followed by actual death. No, he needed a plan. A real one. First thing, know what Melissa wanted and what words would actually be effective. He knew what she wanted, at least the porn she watched was honest enough. She liked being dominated, rough, held down, used. The kind of stuff that made Faye uncomfortable to think about too hard because it was his aunt and also because he had exactly zero experience with any of this shit. But knowing she liked dominance and actually knowing how to dominate sexually someone were two completely different things. Faye sat up, grabbed his cracked screen phone, and opened the browser. He was a virgin. Completely. Utterly. He'd only ever come by himself while watching her masturbate. Hadn't even touched himself most times because the risk of getting caught was too high and the shame was too overwhelming. He knew nothing about being a dom in a scenario like this. What to say, what to do, how to act. So, he spent the next hours on the internet and not just porn sites. Porn could help, but only by like 30%. Porn was made to stimulate people who already knew what they wanted, not teach virgins how to actually seduce someone. He needed real information. He found forums, Reddit threads, blogs written by people in the hardcore and light BDSM community, articles about dominance and submission dynamics, how to read body language, how to establish authority without being threatening, how to walk, talk, and carry yourself when you're trying to dominate someone who's never submitted before. Good thing he was smart, a fast learner. Had to be to survive this long in the Maxton house. He took notes mentally, practiced under his breath. Look her in the eyes. Don't break first. Speak slowly, deliberately, like you have all the time in the world. Don't ask permission. Give commands. But make them sound like offers she can't refuse. Touch matters. First contact has to be firm but not violent. Claiming, not grabbing. Faye stood up, walked to his mirror. Tried different stances. Different expressions. The site said you had to walk like you owned the room. Shoulders back. Spine straight. Steady steps. Not rushed. Not hesitant. Confident without being cocky. He practiced walking across his room. Back and forth. Adjusting his posture. His gait. Trying to channel something he'd never felt in his entire life. Power. Felt. Ridiculous. Like playing dress-up in someone else's life. But he kept at it. The words were harder. How do you walk up to someone, your aunt, who's masturbating and take control of the situation without getting your face clawed off? The site said, establish yourself immediately. Make your presence known but don't apologize for it. Don't ask, what are you doing? Because that gives them the power to explain, to deflect, to turn it around on you. Instead, you acknowledge what's happening. Own it. Make them feel seen but not judged. Faye whispered the lines to himself, testing how they sounded with his new charm speech voice. They came out smooth, confident, almost believable, almost. The real test would be when he was actually standing there watching her, trying not to shit himself from fear. Because here was the problem the websites had made very clear. Most mature subs didn't immediately Submit to young doms. Success rate was like 60/40. 60% rejected the first attempt. 40% required consistent effort over time to break through their resistance. And Faye didn't have consistent time. He had tonight. One shot. The only advantages he had were theoretical. One, Melissa's fetish probably wasn't new. 2 months of watching her wasn't the only time she'd been into this. She'd probably grown up with these desires, these cravings, which meant they were strong, deep-rooted, unsatisfied. 2, if her cravings were that high and that long denied, she might be desperate enough to take a risk, might override her logical brain screaming, "This is your nephew," in favor of, "This is someone who can finally give me what I need." But then there were the disadvantages. One, she, having spent so much time with her cravings denied, she might have come to terms with her desires never being fulfilled, accepted that Harold would never dominate her, that her fantasy would stay a fantasy. If she'd made peace with that, nothing Faye said would matter. 2, it was him, Faye, the charity case she'd tormented for 10 years. The kid she looked at like he was dirt on her shoe. Even if she was desperate, even if his voice worked, the sheer wrongness of the situation might snap her out of it. 3, she fucking hated him, which meant his chances were, conservatively, 200%, stacked against success. Fuck. Faye muttered, sitting back down on his bed. Everything was against him. The odds, the circumstances, reality itself. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and whispered, "Let's take this like I'm courting my death." Because that's what it was, really. Walking into that library was no different than stepping off that rooftop. Same energy. Same outcome if it went wrong. Death one way or another. Faye opened his eyes and looked at the clock. 11:47 p.m. Time to get ready. He stood up, walked to his tiny bathroom, splashed water on his face, brushed his teeth, couldn't show up with trash breath, ran his fingers through his black hair, styling it as best he could. It actually looked decent when he put effort into it, falling across his forehead in that messy but intentional way that looked good on other people. On him, well, it helped. Wasn't going to make him handsome, but at least he didn't look actively terrible. His face was still the problem. Too plain, too forgettable, the kind of face that disappeared in a crowd. But there was nothing he could do about that except hope the charm speech made up for it. His body was another issue. Tall, yeah, he had height going for him at least. But skinny, spaghetti limbs and no muscle definition. He looked like a strong breeze could snap him in half. Still, he changed into clean clothes. Black jeans that actually fit instead of hanging off him. A dark gray t-shirt that was plain but at least didn't have holes in it. Nothing fancy, but presentable. Being appealing was the first step. Looking like he gave a shit about his appearance instead of looking like the kick dog they all treated him as. Faye checked himself in the mirror one last time. Not good, but not terrible. The best he could manage with what he had. 12:03 a.m. 42 minutes until Melissa would be in the library. But Faye needed to get there first. Needed to be waiting. Needed to already be in control of the space when she arrived. He took one more deep breath. Felt the charm speech humming in his throat like a living thing. Duration: 22 hours 1 minute and 34 seconds remaining. 22 hours left. But he only needed the next 2. "All right?" Faye said to his reflection. His voice smooth and confident in a way that felt like wearing someone else's skin. "Let's see if I'm actually insane or just desperate. Probably both." He turned off his light, opened his door as quietly as possible, and stepped into the hallway. The mansion was dark, silent, everyone asleep or pretending to be. Faye moved like a ghost through the corridors, his practiced silence carrying him down the stairs, across the main foyer, toward the east wing, toward the library. His heart hammered against his ribs. His hands were shaking slightly. Every instinct screamed at him to turn around, go back to his room, forget this insane plan. But he didn't, because what was left to lose? The library door was closed. No light yet. He was early as planned. Faye slipped inside, closed the door behind him with barely a sound. The room was pitch black except for the ambient light from the windows, the moon casting long shadows across the bookshelves. He knew this room, had cleaned it enough times, knew where every piece of furniture was, where Harold's desk sat in the center, where the leather chairs were positioned. Faye moved to the far corner, behind one of the tall bookshelves where he'd have a view of the desk but wouldn't be immediately visible when Melissa entered. And then he waited. 12:14 a.m. 31 minutes until she'd arrive. 31 minutes to second-guess everything. To feel his conviction waver. To imagine every possible way this could go catastrophically wrong. But Faye forced himself to breathe. To remember why he was doing this. 7 days until death. 7 different ways to die. And the only path forward was through Melissa. Through this quest. Through breaking every taboo he'd ever been taught to respect. He was courting death. Might as well do it with style. The clock on Harold's desk glowed softly in the darkness. 12:16 a.m. 29 minutes. Faye settled into the shadows and waited for his aunt to arrive. The library breathed around him, slow and ancient. Moonlight bled through the tall east windows in silver sheets, cutting across the Persian rug and striping the endless shelves of leather-bound books. The air was thick with the scent of old paper, wax polish, and something darker, Melissa's lingering musk from nights before, soaked into the leather chair and the very grain of the oak desk. It clung to the back of Faye's throat like smoke. He stood motionless in the corner where 2 towering bookcases met, swallowed by shadow so complete it felt like drowning. From here he could see everything. The massive desk dominating the center of the room, the high-backed chair turned slightly away from him, the black screen of the curved monitor waiting like a blind eye. The cheval mirror still stood at its obscene angle, reflecting the empty seat in a slice of moonlight. He closed his eyes, and the memory painted her there anyway. Melissa, naked, thighs spread wide over the arms of the chair, spine arched, sweat sliding down the groove of her back, the wet glint of her cunt in the mirror, the way her fingers had plunged and curled and dripped. His cock remembered too, thickening, pulsing against the seam of his jeans until the teeth of the zipper bit into him. A low throb started, steady and insistent, pre-cum already wetting the cotton of his boxers. Faye dragged in a slow breath through his nose and forced it out through his mouth. Again, again, shoulders rolling back, spine straightening until the line from crown to tailbone felt like steel. He imagined the weight of real power settling on him the way the sights had described. Not loud, not aggressive, just inevitable. A quiet gravity that made other people orbit without realizing they'd already surrendered. He practiced it now in the dark. Feet planted shoulder-width apart. Weight low. Chin level, eyes half-lidded. The kind of stillness that looked lazy but could explode into motion without warning. His hands hung loose at his sides. Fingers relaxed, predator calm. He let the charmed speech coil in his chest and throat, warm and humming, ready to pour into every word when the moment came. Don't flinch. Don't apologize. Don't ask. Own the room before she ever steps into it. 12:43 a.m. Minutes. His pulse was a war drum, but he kept his breathing even, kept his body perfectly, terrifyingly still. The erection ached, hot and heavy, but he welcomed the discomfort. Let it sharpen him. 12:44. Then a faint click of a door somewhere. Soft footsteps, bare feet on marble. The whisper of silk against skin. Faye's heart slammed once, hard, then settled into a predator's rhythm. Slow, deep, patient. The library door eased open. First came her shadow-long liquid, stretching across the floor like spilled ink as the hallway's dim sconce backlit her. It slid over the rug, over the desk, over the chair that would soon hold her naked body again. Then the scent, that spiced perfume now heated with sleep and anticipation, threaded with the sharper note of fresh arousal already blooming between her thighs. She stepped inside, robe hanging loose and open, moonlight catching the bare curve of one breast, the shadowed dip of her waist. The door clicked shut behind her. The room swallowed her silhouette, and Faye waited in the dark, hard, silent, And finally, terrifyingly, ready. Melissa stepped fully into the moonlight and the sight punched the air from Faye's lungs. 45 years old, and she looked like sin poured into living skin. The black silk robe hung open, useless, framing her body instead of covering it. Heavy, perfect, breasts, swayed with each breath, nipples already drawn tight and dark, the color of Merlot against pale cream. A thin sheen of anticipation glistened along her collarbones, slid down the deep valley between her tits, and disappeared beneath the silk. Her waist cut and sharp, then flared into hips that could make a man beg. The robe parted lower, revealing the neat, trimmed strip of dark hair above her cunt, already swollen, lips visibly flushed even in the silver light, a single bead of wetness catching the moon like a jewel before it slipped down the inside of one-toned thigh. Her legs were endless. Strong calves, sleek thighs that flexed as she walked, the faint shimmer of older stretch marks only making the skin look more expensive, like marble veined with gold. Every step made her ass shift beneath the silk round, high, the kind of curve that looked soft until you remembered she could probably crush a man's skull between those thighs if she wanted to. Her face. Christ, her face. High cheekbones sharp enough to cut glass. Full mouth painted a bruised red that looked wet even when it wasn't. Eyes were dark, predatory, that could strip flesh from bone in daylight and were now heavy-lidded with raw hunger. Her hair was a black waterfall, tousled from the pillow, clinging to damp skin at her temples and throat. She moved like she owned gravity itself. Shoulders back, tits thrust forward, hips rolling with lazy arrogance. The robe slipped off one shoulder entirely and she didn't bother fixing it. Why would she? She was the most dangerous thing in any room she walked into, and she knew it. Melissa crossed to the desk in 3 unhurried strides, let the robe slither down her arms and pool on the floor like discarded skin. Naked, unashamed, moonlight licked every inch of her. The soft underswell of her breasts, the faint silver lines on her lower belly from carrying a child once upon a time, the way her cunt lips parted slightly when she breathed, slick and ready, already flowering open for whatever depravity she'd queued up tonight. She dropped into Harold's chair with a slow, feline stretch back arching, arms overhead, breasts lifting high, then let her thighs fall wide, knees hooking over the armrests exactly the way Faye remembered. One hand drifted down her body, nails dragging red trails over her own skin, and settled between her legs without hesitation. 2 fingers slid through her slit, came away gleaming, and she brought them to her mouth, tasting herself with a low, filthy hum that vibrated straight into Faye's cock. She clicked the monitor awake with her free hand. Blue-white light bathed her, turning sweat into liquid mercury on her throat and chest. Her nipples tightened harder. Her cunt visibly clenched, another slow trickle of arousal slipping free to darken the leather beneath her. Melissa leaned back, spread wider, and smiled at whatever appeared on the screen. The perfect, untouchable goddess of every sleepless night Faye had ever endured. And tonight she was going to be his. The monitor flared to life and the room filled with the low, unmistakable thump of bass-heavy moans. Melissa didn't fully touch her cunt yet. She lounged back in Harold's chair like a queen on a throne made for sin, thighs splayed obscenely wide, knees hooked over the leather armrests so every inch of her was on display. Her tits full, heavy, impossibly perfect, rose and fell with each slow breath, the weight of them shifting, swaying slightly whenever she moved. They were a mature woman's breasts, soft yet proud, the pale skin marked faintly with the blue rivers of veins beneath, the areolas wide and dark rose, nipples already thick and jutting like they'd been sucked for hours. One hand cupped the left one possessively, fingers sinking deep into the plush flesh, lifting and squeezing until the nipple bulged between her knuckles. She rolled it slowly, cruelly, twisting until it darkened even more, until her back arched off the chair and a low, animal growl vibrated in her throat. Her other hand rested just above her cunt, palm flat on the soft rise of her lower belly, fingertips barely brushing the trimmed strip of black hair. She was massaging herself in lazy, claiming circles, not inside yet, just spreading the slick that had already leaked from her, painting it over her mound, down the creases where thigh met groin, until the insides of her legs gleamed wet and obscene in the shifting screen light. Faye's mouth went dry. His cock throbbed so hard it hurt. On screen, a woman who could have been Melissa's twin bent over a desk, skirt rucked up, getting railed from behind by a boy young enough to be her son. The caption burned white. Auntie needed a real man after Uncle left for his trip. Melissa's breath caught. She pinched her nipple harder, twisted it viciously, until the fat tit distorted in her grip, until her hips jerked involuntarily and her cunt gave a visible, hungry clench. A thick bead of wetness welled at her entrance and slid slowly down toward her ass. She clicked again. A stern professor on her knees, tits spilling out of a half-unbuttoned blouse, begging a smirking student to feed her his cock. Then another. A family friend bent over her own kitchen island while the neighbor's quiet son finally took what he'd been watching for years. Every video the same filthy truth: older, powerful women broken open and begging for the one thing they weren't supposed to want. Younger, dominant boys who looked exactly like the one hiding in the shadows right now. Her tits heaved faster now, nipples so stiff they cast tiny shadows in the monitor glow. The hand on her mound pressed firmer, rubbing broad, slow circles over her clit without parting her lips yet, just teasing, tormenting herself in time with the on-screen thrusts. "Fuck!" she rasped, voice shredded. "Yes. Just like that, you little bastard." Another click. The one that made her freeze. Thumbnail. Step aunt finally breaks. The woman on screen had same heavy, perfect tits swaying as she was bent over. Same dark hair gripped in a cruel fist. The boy behind her was all sharp bones and merciless rhythm, slamming into her so hard her breasts bounced painfully, nipples dragging across the desk. Melissa laughed low, filthy, delighted. God, yes. Only then did her hand finally slide lower. 2 fingers parted her cunt like curtains, spreading herself wide open for the screen and for Faye. She was drenched, swollen folds flushed dark and glistening. Clit, fat and protruding, inner lips slick and clinging to her fingers as she held herself open. A soft, wet sound filled the room when she exposed the shiny pink inside, the entrance fluttering greedily around nothing. Her other hand abandoned her breast, leaving the nipple red and abused, and joined the first. For fingers now, stroked through her mess in slow, filthy figure eights, coating themselves, spreading her wetness up over her clit and back down to her hole, never pushing in, just teasing the edges until her thighs shook. Her tits, God. Those tits bounced with every ragged breath, heavy and hypnotic, nipples so hard they looked like they could cut glass. Sweat gathered in the hollow between them and slid down the undersides in slow, shining trails. They had never been this hard. His cock leaked steadily, a growing wet patch cooling against his skin, balls drawn up tight and aching. He tasted blood where he'd bitten his tongue to stay quiet. Melissa's hips started rolling in tiny, desperate circles, chasing her own hands. Her cunt made greedy, wet noises every time she spread herself wider, as if begging to be filled. A broken whine tore out of her as the on-screen aunt started coming, tits swinging, mouth open in a scream. Melissa's fingers pressed harder, circled faster, thighs trembling so hard the chair creaked. Faye stood, frozen, in the dark, pulse roaring, cock throbbing in time with her heartbeat. He waited, ready. The video had shifted to the hardest scene yet. On screen, a woman was pinned face down on a dining table, wrists bound behind her back with her own silk blouse. The boy, 19, maybe 20, stood behind her, one hand fisted in her hair, the other gripping her hip hard enough to bruise. He was fucking her with brutal, deliberate strokes, pulling almost all the way out before slamming back in, making her heavy tits scrape across the wood with every thrust. The caption burned at the bottom. Mom's best friend learns who owns her cunt now. Melissa's head fell back against the chair, throat exposed, lips parted on a broken moan. Her right hand finally plunged. 2 fingers speared straight into her soaked cunt. No teasing, no mercy. Curling hard on the first stroke and dragging out with a loud, filthy squelch. They came out shining, webbed with thick strands of her arousal, then slammed back into the knuckles. Again. Again. Faster. Her palms slapped against her clit with every thrust, the wet smack echoing off the bookshelves like gunshots. Her pussy. Swallowed. Her fingers greedily. Lips flushed dark, swollen, clinging to every ridge of her knuckles. Each time she pulled out, her hole gaped for a heartbeat, pink and dripping, before she fucked herself again. Clear fluid. Coated. Her hand, her wrist, ran in rivulets down to her asshole and pooled beneath her on the leather. The chair was ruined and she didn't care. Fuck! Yes, harder! She gasped to the screen, voice shredded raw. Take it, you little bastard. Take what's yours. Her left hand mauled her own breast, fingers digging into the soft flesh hard enough to leave marks, twisting the nipple until it was purple-red and obscene. Her back arched so violently the chair groaned. In and out. In and out. 3 fingers now, stretching, herself open with a wet, obscene sound. Her cunt made greedy, sucking noises every time she withdrew, like it didn't want to let go. Her clit stood out hard and slick, flushed almost purple, jerking with every slap of her palm. Thick ropes of slick hung between her fingers and her pussy, snapping and reforming with every brutal thrust. She was close, so close, hips bucking off the seat, thighs shaking, toes curled against the desk's edge. Her moans climbed higher, animal, desperate, nothing like the Ice Queen who ruled the house by day. Faye was dying. His cock throbbed so hard he could feel his pulse in the slit, pre-cum pouring out of him in steady pulses, soaking through denim. His hands were fists at his sides, nails cutting bloody crescents into his palms. Every fiber in his body screamed 2 opposite commands. Run, bolt from the room before she saw him and ended him, or charge forward, shove those fingers aside, and give her what she was begging the screen for. He swayed on his feet, vision tunneling, breath sawing in and out through clenched teeth. Melissa's head was still thrown back, eyes squeezed shut, mouth open on a silent scream as her fingers pistoned relentlessly. Squelch. Slap. Squelch. Slap. Her pussy clenched visibly around her plunging fingers, another thick gush of fluid spilling out over her hand. The air itself had weight, thick, humid, laced with the copper salt smell of her cunt and the darker, animal heat rolling off her skin. Every breath Faye dragged in tasted like sex, raw, wet, obscene. The spiced cloud of her perfume had burned away hours ago, replaced by the sharper reek of sweat and pussy that coated the back of his throat and made his head swim. Sound was worse. Her fingers drove into herself with a relentless, wet, schlick schlick schlick, that ricocheted off 2 stories of books like gunfire. Each thrust ended in a filthy, sucking pop when her cunt tried to keep her from pulling out. The leather beneath her ass made crude, sticky peeling noises every time her hips bucked, like tape ripping off skin. Her palm smacked her clit with a sharp, wet crack that cracked louder than the porn's bassline. The chair groaned under her, old wood protesting the way she was fucking herself into it. Faye took one single trembling step out of the shadows. Her tits, God, her tits, were slick with sweat now, shining like they'd been oiled. The left one was flushed angry red from her own grip, fingerprints blooming purple across the pale flesh. The nipple she'd been torturing stood out thick and distorted, almost black in the monitor light, glistening with the thin sheen of saliva after she'd bent her head and spat on it herself. Every brutal thrust made them bounce heavily, slapping together with soft, wet thuds that echoed in Faye's skull. Her pussy was a ruin, swollen, outer lips peeled back and darkened to a deep, bruised plum, inner folds slick and scarlet, clinging to her 3 plunging fingers like wet silk. Every time she dragged them out, her hole gaped, pink, shining, fluttering, before she rammed them back in with a fresh flood of clear fluid that poured over her knuckles, splattered the leather, ran in thick rivulets down the crease of her ass and dripped audibly onto the floor beneath the chair. The scent of it hit him like a fist, hot, sharp, unmistakably fertile. Her thighs trembled, uncontrollably, muscles jumping under sweat-slick skin. The tendons in her neck stood out in rigid cords as her head stayed thrown back, mouth open on a constant stream of broken filth. Fuck. Use me. Fucking ruin me. The words tore out of her, hoarse, desperate, aimed at the boy on screen who was choking his aunt with one hand while he split her open with the other. Her cunt made a louder, wetter sound than ever, an obscene, greedy squelch, as she twisted her fingers inside herself, curling hard, searching. Her clit jerked visibly with every stroke, so swollen it looked painful, glossy, and straining. Faye's own heartbeat was a deafening roar in his ears. His cock felt like it was going to split the seam of his jeans. Pre-cum had soaked clean through denim now, a cold, sticky patch spreading down his thigh. His balls were drawn up so tight they ached. A constant throb that synced perfectly with every wet slap of her hand against her cunt. He couldn't breathe without tasting her. Couldn't blink without seeing the way her pussy fluttered and wept around her fingers. Couldn't move without feeling the floor tremble under the force of her oncoming orgasm. The room was nothing but wet sounds and moonlight when Faye finally stepped out of the shadows. His boots made no noise on the rug. The air itself seemed to part for him, thick, humid, reeking of her cunt and the raw, desperate way she'd been fucking herself. Melissa's eyes locked on him, black and blown wide, fingers buried knuckle-deep in her pussy, frozen mid-thrust. For one heartbeat the world stopped. Then her face twisted, shock, fury, shame, all at once. Faye, what the fuck? The words cracked out of her like a whip, the same ice-cold voice she used to make him flinch in the hallway. She yanked her hand from between her leg with a wet, obscene pop, slick strings, snapping, and lunged upright, tits bouncing hard, reaching for the robe on the floor. He was on her before she could cover an inch of skin. One stride, two. He caught her right wrist mid-swing that she'd been aiming to slap the taste out of his mouth and twisted it behind her back in the exact hold he'd practiced 100 times in his bedroom mirror. His other hand snapped around her left wrist before the second slap could land. She was strong. Christ, she was strong. But the angle was perfect and the charm speech had already poured molten confidence into his veins. Get the fuck off me, she snarled, trying to jerk away. Her tits bounced as her chest rose and fell in fits of anger, nipples dragging across his shirt, hot and hard as bullets. You little pervert. I'll have you arrested. He shoved her forward, hard. Her hips crashed into the edge of the desk. The monitor wobbled. The porn was still playing, some boy pinning his aunt's face to a mattress while he railed her from behind. Her screams muffled. Melissa's bare ass hit the wood with a wet slap, slick from her own mess, and Faye pressed in behind her, pinning her wrists at the small of her back with one hand. With the other he yanked her head around by the hair, forcing her to face the screen. Look at it, he said, voice low, rough, teenage rough but laced with that unnatural velvet the charm speech gave him. She moaned. Look at how fucking soaked you get watching boys half your age break their aunts in half. Her spine went rigid. A furious flush crawled down her throat, over her tits, all the way to her belly. You sick little... She tried to twist again, but he ground forward, letting her feel exactly what 2 months of watching her had done to him. His cock already, painfully hard, leaking through his jeans, slotted between her plush-ass cheeks like it belonged there. The heat of her naked skin burned through the denim. She gasped, a sharp, shocked sound that turned into a moan before she could bite it back. Jesus Christ, you're hard, she hissed, but her hips gave the tiniest, involuntary roll, smearing her wetness along his zipper. He laughed low, dark, nothing like the nervous kid who used to flinch when she looked at him. Feel that? He dragged his hips slow, deliberate, letting her feel every inch straining against her. That's what you do to me, Aunt Melissa. Every night I watch you fingerfuck this greedy cunt raw, while you beg the screen for someone to treat you like the desperate slut you are. She bucked, trying to throw him off. I'll scream. I'll tell Harold you raped me. I'll ruin your fucking life. Yeah. He leaned in, lips brushing the shell of her ear, voice dripping honey and venom. You'll tell Uncle Harold you were riding 3 fingers in his chair, dripping all over his $1,000 leather, moaning for your nephew's cock? Her whole body jerked. A fresh rush of wetness slid down the inside of her thigh. He felt it, hot against his jeans. You'll tell Danton his perfect mommy gets off on step-aunt porn? He ground harder, letting the ridge of his cock drag between her cheeks. Tell the whole family you came so hard thinking about a boy forcing you that you pissed yourself a little? She made a strangled sound, half rage, half something else. He released her hair and reached past her, clicking the trackpad until the exact video he wanted filled the screen. Aunt Melissa lookalike gets owned by quiet nephew in the study? He whispered in her ears. The boy on screen bent the woman over the exact same desk. Faye's voice dropped to a whisper against her ear, sweet and filthy. Sweet dreams coming true, huh? Been dreaming about this for years. Haven't you? Some quiet little boy finally growing a pair and taking what you've been rubbing that sloppy cunt raw for. She shuddered so hard her teeth clicked. He could feel her fighting it, every muscle locked, jaw clenched, but her hips were already moving again. Tiny circles, grinding her naked ass back against his clothed cock like she couldn't stop herself. He chuckled, the sound dark and teenage mean. Just like that, he crooned. Keep pretending you hate it. Keep rubbing that soaked pussy on my jeans like a needy bitch in heat. Shut up, she spat, but it came out breathless, cracked. His free hand finally touched her bare skin, traced the line of her spine, slow, possessive, feeling her tremble under his palm. First woman he'd ever touched like this. His aunt, his tormentor, his fantasy. His fingers were shaking. He hid it by sliding his hand lower, cupping one heavy tit, squeezing hard enough to make her gasp. The nipple was still swollen from her own abuse. He rolled it between thumb and forefinger, tugged until she whimpered. Look at you, he murmured, voice thick. Nipples hard enough to cut glass. Cunt dripping down your thighs. And you still want to pretend you don't want your nephew's cock splitting you open? She tried to elbow him. He twisted both her wrists higher between her shoulder blades until she went up on her toes, back arching, tits thrust out, ass pressed even tighter against him. Careful, he warned, soft and dangerous. Keep fighting and I'll bend you over this desk just like your little video. Make you watch yourself get fucked while the whole house sleeps upstairs. Her breath hitched. Her cunt gave another visible clench. He could see it in the monitor's reflection. Another thick bead of slick sliding free. He released her wrists just long enough to spin her around, shove her chest down across the desk. Papers scattered. The keyboard clattered to the floor. She tried to push up. He slammed her back down with a hand between her shoulder blades, the other yanking her hips back until her ass was high and open, pussy glistening right in front of him. The porn moaned behind them. Say it, Aunt Carrie. Say who owns this cunt. Faye leaned over her, chest to her sweat-slick back, lips at her ear again. Say it, Aunt Melissa, he whispered, letting the charmed speech pour into every syllable like molten gold. Say who's gonna own this cunt tonight. Her whole body shook, and slowly, helplessly, her hips rolled back, offering herself up to the boy she'd spent 10 years treating like dirt. The war wasn't over, but the first battle, he'd just won. /N. Guys, thanks for following into yet another amazing journey. Finally, out of vetting, guys, you can now vote and give your reviews. /N. Let's go. Faye had her exactly where she belonged. Naked, trembling, bent over Harold's desk like every filthy fantasy she'd ever tried to bury. Her wrists were pinned high between in one of his hands, the other tangled in her hair, forcing her cheek to the polished mahogany. Her tits were crushed beneath her, nipples so hard they scraped the wood with every ragged breath. Her ass was high, thighs spread wide, cunt dripping in a steady, humiliating stream that pooled beneath her on the leather blotter. The porn still played behind them, but neither of them were watching anymore. Faye leaned over her, chest to her sweat-slick back, lips at her ear. Say it again, he ordered, low and lethal. Tell me who this cunt belongs to. Melissa's entire body convulsed. A fresh river of slick poured out of her, splattering the floor. Never, she choked. But her hips rolled back shamelessly, offering herself up like a bitch in heat. He brought his hand down on her ass so hard the crack rang off the bookshelves. Her scream was pure animal. Another slap. Another. 10 in total, left cheek, right cheek, sit spots, the tender crease where thigh met ass, until her skin was blazing, until welts rose in perfect handprints, until she was sobbing and grinding her cunt against the corner of the desk like she could come from the burn alone. Try. Again. She shook her head, tears and snot streaking the wood beneath her cheek. He stepped in close, fisted her hair, and yanked her upright and spun her, slammed her back to his chest. One arm locked across her throat, the other plunged between her legs. 3 fingers speared into her cunt without warning, curled viciously, and pumped hard enough to lift her onto her toes. She screamed raw, cracked open. Perfect. He fucked her on his hand like that brutal, relentless strokes, knuckles slamming against her clit with every thrust, her slick pouring down his wrist in rivers. Listen. To me, you filthy fucking ant. He snarled into her ear. You've spent 10 years hating me, pretending you're above this. But every night you spread these legs and cry for a boy to force you, to own you, to make you the family whore you've always been. He twisted his fingers deeper, grinding against her front wall until her eyes rolled back. I know exactly what you need, he hissed. And I'm the only one who's ever going to give it to you. He ripped his fingers free. She screamed at the emptiness and shoved them straight into her mouth. Open that lying fucking mouth and taste how wet you get for your nephew. She fought for half a second, then her lips parted and she sucked him in like she was starving. Tongue swirling, cheeks hollowing, licking herself off him with broken, desperate moans. He pulled out with a wet pop and bent her forward again, kicked her feet so wide her hips screamed. Ass high, cunt completely exposed. Then he stopped. Just stood there, letting the silence stretch until it was unbearable. She whimpered. He circled her slowly, predator slow, dragging the head of his cock through the sweat on her back, leaving wet trails. Now, say it, he whispered, charm speech rolling through every syllable like black velvet soaked in sin. Tell me who owns this cunt tonight. Got her hair. Melissa's whole body shook. A fresh wave of slick slid down her thigh. Fuck you, she spat, but it cracked halfway through, turning into a whimper when he twisted her wrists higher and her back bowed painfully. He chuckled low, cruel teenage sure. Wrong answer, Aunt Melissa. He released her hair just long enough to bring his hand down on her ass. Hard. The crack echoed like a gunshot. Her flesh rippled. A perfect red handprint blooming instantly. She screamed into the desk, hips jerking forward, then immediately back, chasing the sting. Another slap, harder, on the other cheek. Then another, and another, until her ass was a blazing, glowing red, until she was sobbing and grinding her cunt against the edge of the desk like she could come from the pain alone. Try again, he growled, grinding his clothed cock between her burning cheeks. Who owns this cunt? She shook her head, hair sticking to her tear-streaked face. He laughed again, darker this time, and let go of her wrists. Before she could move, he grabbed her by the throat and yanked her upright, spun her around, slammed her back to his chest. One arm banded across her tits, squeezing hard, the other hand sliding down her belly to cup her cunt possessively. 2 fingers speared inside her without warning, just rammed in deep and curled. She screamed raw, broken, perfect. He pumped slow, filthy, letting her feel every inch of his fingers stretching her open. Listen to me, he hissed into her ear, voice dripping with teenage dominance and ancient power. Stop pretending you're above your cravings. Pretending you don't dream about being forced, used, owned. But I've seen you, Melissa. Every night. Fingers in your cunt. Tears on your face. Begging a screen to call you a worthless ant slut. He twisted his fingers hard. She sobbed, thighs clamping around his hand. I know what you need, he continued, voice dropping lower, darker. And I'm the only one in this house with the balls to give it to you. Not even your worthless husband can. He pulled his fingers free, ignoring her desperate whine, and brought them to her mouth. Open. She clamped her lips shut, eyes blazing with the last of her pride. He smiled slow, cruel. Then he slapped her cunt again, open-palmed, brutal. She screamed, mouth flying open, and he shoved his fingers inside. Suck. Her tongue curled around them, instantly obedient, tasting herself like it was Holy Communion. Good girl, he crooned, pumping them in and out of her mouth in time with the way he just fucked her cunt. Look at you. Finally, being honest. He pulled his fingers free and spun her again, shoved her down so her tits smashed back onto the desk. Ass high. He kicked her feet wider until she was completely exposed, cunt gaping, clit throbbing visibly. Then he stepped back, just far enough to look at her. Her body was a masterpiece of surrender. Back arched, ass red and glowing, thighs trembling, cunt dripping in thick ropes that swung between her legs like obscene jewelry. He circled her slowly, predator slow. You're going to say it, he said quietly. You're going to beg for it, because you're done pretending. He stopped behind her again and brought his hand down, not on her ass this time, but between her legs. 3 fingers plunged into her cunt without warning, curling hard, pumping fast. She screamed. He didn't stop. He finger-fucked her brutally once more. No warm-up, no mercy. Just raw, relentless thrusts that made her whole body jolt forward with every stroke. Her tits dragged across the desk, nipples catching on papers, her hips slamming back to meet his hand like she couldn't help it. Say it, he snarled, leaning over her, teeth grazing her shoulder. Say you're my aunt slut. Say you've been waiting your whole life for your nephew to break you. She sobbed, shaking her head, but her cunt clamped down on his fingers like a vice. Another gush of slick pouring over his wrist. He pulled out and slapped her clit hard, fast, 3 times in a row. She came. Just from the pain and the shame and the truth. Her whole body, seized, back bowing, mouth open in a silent scream as her cunt pulsed and squirted in violent, humiliating waves that soaked his hand, the desk, the floor. He didn't let her finish. He shoved 4 fingers back inside her while she was still coming, stretched her open, fucked her through it, forcing the orgasm to keep going until she was babbling, tears streaming, body shaking apart. Then he leaned down, lips to her ear, voice soft now, dangerously soft. Say it, Melissa. Own it, or I'll keep you on the edge for hours. I'll make you come until you piss yourself. I'll record it. I'll make you watch it every night while I fuck you raw. Her whole body went limp. A broken, wet sound escaped her throat. Please, she whispered. Please what? Please, own me. He smiled against her skin. Louder. Please own me. She sobbed, voice cracking open. I'm your aunt slut. I've always wanted this. Please. He pulled his fingers free and brought them to her mouth again. She sucked them clean without being told. He leaned down and kissed the back of her neck, soft, almost tender. Good girl, he whispered. Then he stepped back, unbuckled his belt with shaking hands, and let his jeans fall. The real breaking was just beginning. You're going to beg, he said quietly. You're gonna say every disgusting thing you've ever thought while you finger-fucked yourself to nephew porn. And you're going to mean it. He stopped behind her and brought 4 fingers together, shoved them into her cunt in one brutal thrust. She came instantly again, back bowing, mouth open in a silent scream, cunt clamping down so hard it forced slick out around his knuckles in violent pulses. He fucked her through it once more, stretching her wider, forcing the orgasm to roll into another and another until she was babbling, shaking, tears streaming. He bit her nipple and rolled his thumb on her clit. She squirted, a hard, humiliating jet that splashed his thighs. Beg, he snarled. Nothing but broken sobs. He slapped her clit again, harder. Beg like the ant slut you are. Her voice cracked open like glass. Please. Louder. Please, Faye, fuck. Own me. Own you how? She broke. Please own your aunt's worthless cunt. she screamed, voice shredded raw. I'm your filthy ant slut. I've always been. I've dreamed of this every night. Please, please use me. Break me. Make me your family whore. I'll do anything. I'll crawl. I'll beg. I'll lick your cum off the floor. Just please. Another slap to her clit. Softer. Almost tender. Keep going. I'm a disgusting pervert. She sobbed, hips rolling desperately, chasing his hand. I get off on my own nephew raping my holes. I want you to ruin me. Breed me. Make me say it in front of everyone. Please, I'm begging you. Own me. Own your aunt. I'm yours, I'm yours. Her voice gave out into raw animal sobbing. Faye's cock jerked so hard he saw stars. He leaned over her, chest to her blazing back, lips at her ear. Good girl, he whispered, voice trembling with triumph and something darker. Now keep begging while I decide which hole to wreck first. Melissa's entire body went limp in surrender. The proud, cruel aunt was gone. Only the submissive remained, crying, dripping, begging for the nephew she'd spent a decade trying to destroy. Faye stepped back, chest heaving like a bellows, cock jutting up against his jeans, angry purple-red and throbbing so hard it jerked with every heartbeat, slick with ropes of pre-cum. One look at her, bent over the desk, face streaked with tears and snot, ass still twitching from the pounding, voice cracked raw from begging, and the last shred of hesitation didn't just burn away, it fucking detonated. On your knees, Aunt Melissa. The words came out low, steady, final, dripping with 10 years of pent-up hate and lust. She didn't argue. She couldn't. She slid off the desk like her spine had melted, thighs spasming, knees buckling, and collapsed to the rug in front of him with a wet thud. Moonlight slashed across her naked body in silver blades. Heavy tits swinging like pendulums, nipples swollen black cherry and scraped raw, her cunt still gaping and drooling in fat, creamy strands that stretched from her ruined hole to the floor in obscene silver bridges. She looked up at him and Faye nearly nut across her face right then. He couldn't believe it. The woman who'd sneered at him, called him trash, treated him like dogs, hid on her shoe for a decade was on her knees, mouth already open, begging with her eyes for the cock of the boy her husband despised. His confidence surged, white-hot and vicious. Look at me. Her eyes dark, flooded, worshipful snapped to his instantly. He jerked his chin at the monstrous bulge straining his open jeans. Take it out. Now. Melissa's breath stuttered. Her trembling hands rose, fingers shaking like a junkie's, tracing the ridge of his cock through the denim first slow, reverent, terrified and shaking in excitement she was finally being dominated. The touch alone made him swell harder. The fat, leaking head shoved past his waistband, flared and shining like a weapon. She dragged the jeans down his hips. No boxers. Nothing. His cock sprang free with a meaty slap against his stomach, thick, heavy, brutally curved upward, veins like cables under the skin. The way only a viciously hard 19-year-old cock can be. Bigger than Harold by a humiliating margin. Thick enough that her fingers could only fight to meet around it. A fat, glassy bead of pre-cum welled up and rolled down the underside in a slow, taunting river. Melissa stared, lips parted, a broken, animal sound crawling out of her throat. Smell it, he snarled. She lurched forward like she'd been shot, burying her face against him, nose dragging up the underside, inhaling so deep her ribs shook. Her eyes rolled back, a full-body shudder ripping through her. She rubbed her cheek along the shaft like a cat in heat, smearing tears and spit across his skin, breathing him in like oxygen after drowning. Then her tongue pink, obscene, desperate lolled out and licked a long, filthy stripe from his swollen balls to the tip, swirling around the head, sucking that bead of pre-cum into her mouth with a greedy, guttural moan that punched straight into his spine. Faye's head snapped back, a savage growl tearing loose. Fuck yes. She smiled and opened her ruined mouth wide. He didn't ask twice. Both hands twisted viciously into her hair, yanking her head back until her throat was a straight line, and he rammed his cock between her lips in one brutal thrust. She took half immediately, throat spasming, gagging hard, saliva exploding around the seal of her lips. He dragged back and slammed deeper, the fat head punching the back of her throat with a wet glurk. Her neck bulging visibly as he forced past her gag reflex. Tears poured, thick black streaks joining the mess on her face. But her eyes stayed locked on his pleading, adoring, fucking grateful. He started fucking her face like he hated her because the biggest part of him still did. Hard, fast, punishing. Each thrust slammed her head back on her neck, tits bouncing so violently they slapped her chin. Ropes of spit pouring from her mouth in thick silver strands that splattered her heaving tits and puddled on the floor between her knees. She didn't fight. She fucking giggled. Wet, deranged, cock-drunk every time his balls smacked her chin, the vibration ripping up his shaft like lightning. Faye snarled, hips pistoning, one fist twisting tighter in her hair until he felt strands rip free, the other dropping to maul her tits, squeezing the heavy flesh until bruises bloomed instantly. Twisting a nipple so viciously she screamed around his cock, the vibration making his balls seize up hard. Spit cascaded down her chin in waterfalls, soaking her tits, dripping off her nipples in long, obscene strings. Every thrust made a grotesque, wet glurk 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 as her throat bulged and convulsed around him, mascara-smeared tears streaming sideways into her hair. "Look at you," he rasped, voice shredded raw. Harold's perfect little housewife choking on her nephew's fat cock like a back-alley whore. "You were born for this, weren't you? Born to be a cum-dump for the trash you hated." She tried to nod, couldn't, because he was raping her throat too savagely, but her eyes screamed it. Yes, yes, fucking yes, ruin me. He felt the load boiling up, balls drawing tight, spine on fire. With a feral snarl, he ripped her off his cock by the hair-thick webs of spit and pre-cum stretching from her swollen, purple lips to his glistening shaft, and hauled her upright until her toes barely touched the floor. "Not yet," he hissed, grinding his slick cock against her tear-soaked cheek, smearing the mess into her skin like war paint. "You're swallowing every fucking drop, but only when I decide you've earned it." Melissa whimpered, a broken, pathetic sound, and sank back to her knees without being told, mouth already gaping open again, tongue lolling out like a dog, hands clawing desperately for his cock, eyes wild and empty of anything but need. The proud, cruel aunt was dead and rotting. Only a dripping, cock-worshipping slave remained. And Faye had never felt more like a god in his entire life. He didn't ease her down. He fucking hurled her. One vicious yank on her hair ripped her head back and slammed her to her knees so hard the rug tore skin from her kneecaps. She didn't even hiss. Her mouth was already gaping open, tongue lolling out like a starving animal, drool already pouring over her bottom lip in anticipation. Faye fisted the root of his cock with one hand, the other twisted so deep in her hair he felt scalp give, and he speared her throat in a single murderous thrust. No warning, no mercy, no humanity. The fat head punched past her tongue, crushed into the back of her throat, and kept going, forcing its way down until her nose was mashed flat against his pelvis and her lips were stretched so wide around the brutal thickness that the corners split and tiny beads of blood bloomed. Her throat detonated around him, convulsing, spasming, trying to scream, trying to breathe, failing at everything except milking him with frantic, choking contractions. A wet, guttural glurk 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 exploded out of her as he dragged back barely an inch and immediately hammered forward again, harder, deeper, like he wanted to punch straight through the back of her skull. Her entire body jerked like a rag doll, tits flailing so violently the heavy flesh slapped her own chin with meaty thwacks. He set a savage, mechanical rhythm, hips pistoning like a jackhammer, cock raping her throat with wet, obscene slaps that echoed off the walls. Every thrust wrenched her head back until her neck was a long, trembling column of stretched skin and bulging cock, then slammed her forward until her face was buried in his groin, nose grinding into his pubic bone, lips kissing the root, throat visibly distended around the full, obscene length of him. Saliva detonated from her ruined mouth in thick, frothy ropes, exploding over her chin, splattering her bouncing tits in heavy sheets, dripping off his swinging balls in long, glistening strands that snapped and whipped across her face with every brutal thrust. She gagged, so hard her stomach heaved, throat clamping down like a vice, but she never once tried to pull away. Instead, her hands clawed around to his ass, nails carving deep, bloody furrows into the muscle, and she yanked him deeper, faster, harder, choking herself deliberately, forcing her own destruction. Faye snarled, something primal and teenage and unstoppable ripping out of his chest, and wrenched her head back until she was staring straight up at him, throat stretched into one long, open sleeve of flesh. Then he started fucking straight down into her, the obscene bulge of his cock rising and falling under the skin of her neck like a living thing trying to crawl out. "Look at me while I wreck your throat, Aunt Melissa." Her eyes bloodshot, rolling, ruined, locked on his, pupils blown so wide there was nothing left but black, desperate worship. She moaned around his cock, a broken, grateful, cock-drunk sound, and swallowed it down with the next thrust like it was Holy Communion. That was it. Both hands locked in her hair like iron vices, fingers ripping out chunks at the roots, and he fucked her face like he was trying to kill her with his cock. The room filled with the most disgusting symphony. Wet, retching Giliarchaeus, choked animal sobs, the wet slap of his heavy balls smacking her chin, the filthy squelch of gallons of throat slime forced out around his shaft with every plunge. Her throat kept spasming, swelling from the abuse, getting tighter and hotter with every second until it felt like a burning, pulsing fist strangling his cock. Thin strings of bile joined the mess now, acrid and yellow, sliding down her chin and pooling between her tits. But she only giggled, wet, deranged, euphoric, every time he bottomed out, the vibration ripping another snarl from his chest. He was right there. With a guttural, bestial roar he slammed in one final time and held, hips crushed to her face, cock buried so deep her throat bulged like she'd swallowed a fist. Her whole body went rigid, then started convulsing, hands clawing bloody trenches down his ass and thighs, eyes rolling fully white, throat fluttering in frantic, oxygen-starved death spasms around his shaft. He held her there, impaled and suffocating, for 25 endless seconds, until her limbs started to go slack and her throat milked him in one last, desperate ripple. Only then did he rip himself free with a wet, obscene pop. A torrent of saliva, bile, and pre-cum gushed from her ruined mouth, splattering the rug in a filthy puddle as she collapsed forward, coughing, retching, laughing, crying, all at once, face a destroyed masterpiece of smeared makeup, blood, spit, and tears. She looked up at him, lips split and purple, throat raw and gaping, voice nothing but gravel, and smiled like he'd just handed her salvation. "Thank you," she croaked, barely audible, voice shredded to ribbons. Faye stared down at the woman who used to make him feel 2 inches tall, now kneeling in a lake of her own filth, face-fucked, beyond recognition, begging for more, and felt something dark and ancient lock into place inside his chest. He dragged a rough thumb across her swollen, bleeding bottom lip, painting himself with the mess. "You're going to swallow every next last drop when I decide to feed you," he said, voice low and lethal. "And then you're going to thank me for turning your throat into my personal cum sleeve." Melissa leaned forward on her raw knees, mouth already opening wide again, tongue out, eyes shining with pure, broken devotion. "Yes, sir," she whispered, voice completely destroyed, and took him back down her swollen, bleeding throat like it was the only thing she'd ever been meant for. He didn't give her warning. 1 second her throat was a convulsing, milking sleeve around his cock. The next he roared raw, teenage, victorious, and erupted straight down her gullet. Thick, scalding ropes of cum blasted out of him, pulse after pulse, flooding her throat so fast she couldn't swallow it all. It backed up instantly, thick cream bubbling from her nose and the corners of her stretched lips while her eyes rolled white in overwhelmed bliss. She gulped frantically, throat working around the head, drinking him like she was dying of thirst, moaning broken gratitude with every hot jet that painted her insides. He held her skull flush to his groin until the last spasm left his balls, until her convulsing throat had wrung him dry. Then he ripped free. A final gush of cum and spit poured from her ruined mouth as she sagged forward, coughing, laughing, crying, come dripping in thick ropes from her chin onto her tits. She licked her swollen lips, chasing every drop, eyes glazed with worship. Faye was still iron-hard, 17 years old and raging. He hauled her up by the hair and flung her forward. One brutal sweep of his arm sent the monitor crashing off the desk, glass shattering, cables whipping, and Melissa folded over the edge with a sharp cry, tits flattening against the cold wood, cheek pressed to scattered papers. He grabbed her right leg and threw it up onto the desk, knee bent, foot planted wide. Her left leg stayed on the floor, trembling. The position split her open completely, obscene and helpless. He stepped in behind her and wrenched her ass cheeks apart with both hands, spreading her so wide the skin blanched white around his gripping fingers. Her asshole came into view first small, pale pink, twitching nervously under the sudden exposure. The delicate ring of muscle fluttering open and closed like it knew what was coming and couldn't decide whether to beg or hide. A thin sheen of sweat and spilled pussy juice coated the puckered skin, making it glisten under the moonlight. Every time her hips jerked, the tiny hole clenched, winking shamefully, utterly vulnerable. Lower, her cunt was a wrecked, desperate masterpiece. Swollen lips the color of bruised plums, parted and dripping, inner folds flushed dark crimson and glistening with cream. Her entrance gaped hungrily, a raw, needy, still leaking the thick mixture of her earlier orgasms and his pre-cum in slow, viscous strands that stretched and snapped with every ragged breath she took. The hood of her clit had peeled back completely, exposing the fat, angry red pearl that throbbed visibly, begging for abuse. She was dripping onto the floor in a steady patter, a growing puddle beneath her, the scent of hot, desperate cunt thick enough to taste. Faye stared, cock jerking against his stomach, and felt the world tilt. This was his aunt, the woman who'd sneered at him, humiliated him, told him he'd never amount to anything. The woman Uncle Harold bragged about perfect wife, perfect life, perfect everything. And here she was, bent over his own desk, ass spread wide like a whore, asshole winking, cunt drooling, waiting to be bred by the nephew she used to call trash. The wrongness of it slammed into him like a fist. His cock throbbed harder than ever. Melissa turned her head on the desk, cheeks smeared with tears and cum, and looked back at him over her shoulder. Her eyes were wild, fever-bright, lips trembling. "Faye," she whispered, voice shredded raw. "Please, I need it. I need you inside me. I don't care that it's wrong. I don't care what this makes me. Just fuck me. Fuck your aunt. Ruin me with that beautiful cock." She pushed her hips back, making her gaping pussy kiss the air, her asshole clenching again in shameless invitation. He couldn't breathe. 10 years of hatred, resentment, shame, and now this, her complete and utter surrender. The taboo wasn't just broken. It was incinerated. He gripped the base of his cock, still, slick, from her throat and lined up with that dripping, begging hole. One last heartbeat of disbelief. This is really happening. I'm really about to fuck my own aunt raw on her husband's desk while he sleeps upstairs. Then he snarled, spread her even wider until she whimpered, and drove every inch into her in one brutal, claiming thrust. Her back arched, a scream tearing from her wrecked throat as her cunt swallowed him whole, walls spasming around the sudden invasion, sucking him deeper like they'd been starving for this exact cock their entire life. And Faye let the last of his hesitation die, buried to the root inside the forbidden, dripping heat of Aunt Melissa. He didn't move at first. He just stayed buried to the root, hips crushed against her ass, cock throbbing so deep inside her he could feel her heartbeat fluttering around the head. The exact moment her cervix kissed the tip like a filthy benediction. The silence was deafening, except for the wet, rhythmic squelch where they were fused and the soft drip 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 of her arousal hitting the floor beneath them. Melissa's breath came in broken, wet sobs against the desk that sounded like years of cruelty shattering all at once. Her wedding ring hand clawed at the wood, diamonds glinting in the moonlight, A mocking reminder of the vows she was shattering right now and the family she was betraying with every inch of nephew cock stretching her open. Faye stared at that ring at the hand that had once slapped him across the face when he was 12. The hand that had pointed at him in disgust at every family dinner, and felt something vicious and sacred ignite in his chest, a black, roaring fire that tasted like revenge and worship at the same time. He leaned over her, chest to her back, and put his mouth right against her ear. "Say it," he growled, voice shaking with rage and lust and something that felt terrifyingly like love twisted inside out. "Say who I am while my cock is buried in your married aunt cunt." Melissa's entire body shuddered like the words themselves were another thrust. Her cunt clenched so hard around him it stole his breath and forced a thick bead of their mixed fluids to ooze out around the seal of his shaft. You're my nephew," she whispered, the words cracking like glass and dripping with 10 years of shame. "You're the boy I humiliated, the boy I told Harold was worthless. The boy I used to carry on my hip at Christmas while I wore this exact ring. And now you're balls deep in your aunt's married, cheating, blood-related pussy." She turned her head just enough for him to see fresh tears spill, hot, guilty, ecstatic tears. Not from pain. From the sheer, filthy weight of it, from the knowledge that she was finally, irreversibly damned and had never felt more holy. "I'm sorry," she choked out, voice splintering. "God help me. I've never been wetter in my life than I am right now with my brother's son stretching me open with the same cock that came from our bloodline. That did it." Faye's vision went red and the last wall inside him collapsed. He yanked her hips back hard, forcing her to arch until her tits lifted off the desk. And Ipple scraping the wood raw, and started fucking her with long, punishing strokes that slammed her body forward with every thrust. The desk screeched across the floor. Papers scattered like confetti at a funeral at the death of who they used to be. Each time he bottomed out, he snarled it into her skin like branding. My aunt's cunt. My aunt's married. Cheating, desperate, blood-soaked cunt. Melissa sobbed louder with every word, nodding frantically, pushing back to meet him, her voice breaking into raw, shameful pleas that sounded like confession and orgasm at once. Yes, I'm your aunt and I'm letting you breed me. I'm letting my own flesh and blood ruin me. I'm letting the boy I scorned claim the womb that shares his DNA. I hate myself and I've never wanted anything more. He reached forward and grabbed her left hand, the one with the wedding ring, and forced it back between her legs. Rub your clit with your husband's ring while your nephew fucks you into the truth, he ordered, voice vicious. ND trembling with the weight of what they were doing. She obeyed instantly, fingers shaking as she ground the diamond against her swollen, hypersensitive clit, crying out at the cold metal on burning flesh and the knowledge that she was using her marriage vow to make herself come on forbidden cock. Faye looked down at where they were joined. His cock thick with her cream, veins pulsing, disappearing again and again into the same body that had carried him on her hip at family weddings. The same body that had stood in church in white lace promising forever to another man while the boy now destroying her from the inside watched from the pews. The taboo wasn't just a kink anymore. It was a living thing, clawing at his ribs, screaming in his blood, howling that this was blasphemy and destiny in the same breath. He wrapped a hand around her throat from behind and squeezed, not enough to choke, just enough to own, just enough to feel her pulse hammering against his palm like a sacrifice. "Tell me what Harold calls you in bed," he hissed. Melissa's walls clamped down on him like a fist, milking him with the rhythm of her shame. He calls me honey," she whimpered. "He calls me baby. He calls me his good little wife while he lasts 30 seconds inside me. And what am I calling you right now?" She broke completely, beautifully, eternally. "You're calling me Aunt Melissa while you fuck me raw," she sobbed, voice splintering into shards. "You're calling me yours while you rewrite my soul with your cock." He slammed in so hard her knee buckled on the desk and her wedding ring scraped the wood with a screech. "Again. I'm Aunt Melissa and I belong to my nephew's cock now," she wailed, tears streaming. "I'm a disgusting, faithless, incestuous whore and I've never felt more alive because the boy I hurt is finally fucking me the way I want and erasing what Harold has been writing in me for years. fucking me back in the only way that heals me. Her orgasm hit like a seizure, cunt spasming, squirting messily around his pistoning shaft in violent, shameful arcs that soaked his balls, the floor, her own trembling thighs, and the discarded photo frame of her and Harold on their wedding day. She screamed his name, not nephew, just his name, raw and reverent, like a prayer and a curse in one, like absolution and damnation intertwined. Faye didn't stop. He fucked her through it, growling the truth into her ear with every thrust, each word a nail in the coffin of who they were. This is what you were made for, not his polite little missionary nights. My cock. My aunt's cunt was always meant to take her nephews come like communion. Melissa nodded frantically, babbling broken apologies and gratitude and decades of repressed desire, her ringed finger still rubbing frantic circles on her clit, smearing their mixed fluids over the symbol of her marriage. When he finally came, he buried himself as deep as humanly possible, deeper than Harold had ever been, deeper than any man had ever deserved, and unloaded with a snarl that sounded more animal than boy, more god than human. Pulse after pulse of thick, forbidden seed flooded her, marking her womb with family blood, painting her walls white, claiming her in the most irreversible way possible, breeding the aunt who'd once broken him. He held her there, both of them shaking, both of them reborn, until the last drop was wrung out of him and her cunt still fluttered around him in grateful, guilty aftershocks. Then he leaned down again, lips brushing the shell of her ear, voice soft and deadly calm but shaking with the enormity of it. Every time you sit at this desk from now on, Aunt Melissa, every time you look at that ring, every time you feel in between your legs or a drip of wetness you can't explain, you're gonna feel me leaking out of you, and you're going to remember exactly who you belong to, body, blood, and ruined soul. She turned her tear-streaked face toward him, eyes shining with something beyond submission, something ruined and reborn, something that looked a lot like love wrapped in sin. Yes, Faye, she whispered, voice raw and trembling with truth. I'm yours. Your aunt is yours. Forever. And for the first time in his life, the boy everyone called trash felt like the only god in the room, and the aunt who'd make him feel worthless finally knelt at the altar she'd created. He didn't give her time to breathe. With a snarl he yanked out of her, one long, wet, obscene drag that turned her cunt inside out, pink inner walls clinging to his shaft in glossy, desperate sleeves, and flipped her onto her back across the desk. Papers exploded outward. The broken monitor crunched under her shoulders. He shoved her thighs apart so violently her knees slammed against the wood on either side, splitting her open like a sacrifice. Moonlight poured over her. Tits heaving, nipples black cherry and wrecked, wedding ring glinting, cunt gaping and drooling, a thick rope of their mixed fluids that pooled beneath her ass. Faye climbed up after her, knees planted between her spread legs, and fisted his cock, angry purple, veins like cables, shining with her cream from root to flared crown. He slapped it down against her clit once, twice, 3 times. Heavy, wet thuds that made her whole body jerk and a broken scream rip from her throat. Then he lined up and drove in. One merciless thrust. The fat head breached her with a wet pop, stretching her swollen entrance into a perfect, straining O that blanched white around his girth. Her cunt fought for half a heartbeat, still impossibly tight even after everything, then surrendered with a filthy, sucking glurk as he punched through the clutch of her walls and buried every inch in a single brutal stroke. Her back bowed off the desk, tits thrusting upward, a raw animal howl tearing loose as he bottomed out, cockhead kissing her cervix so hard the impact jolted through her womb. He didn't pause. He pulled back slow, deliberate, cruel, until just the crown stretched her open, until her inner lips dragged outward in glossy pink petals clinging to his shaft, until her entrance fluttered and gaped hungrily at the sudden emptiness. A thick ring of cream coated his length, dripping off his balls in heavy strands. Then he slammed home again, harder. The desk rocked violently beneath them. Her tits bounced so hard the soft flesh slapped her chin. Her asshole exposed and twitching with every thrust, clenched rhythmically, winking open and closed like a second mouth begging for attention, slick with the overflow running down her crack. Again, again, again. Each thrust was a punishment and a prayer. The wet, Obscene sound of her cunt being reamed open. Schlick schlick schlick. Filling the room, her walls gripping him so tight he had to fight his way back in every time. Her body jerking up the desk with the force until he hooked his arms under her knees and pinned her wide open. He changed the angle, tilted his hips, and started hitting that spot inside her that made her lose language. Her eyes rolled white, mouth open in a silent scream as he battered her front wall relentlessly, cock dragging over her G-spot with every punishing stroke. Her cunt spasmed, squirting in messy arcs around his pistoning shaft, soaking his abs and the ruined desk beneath them. He dropped one hand to her clit, swollen, red, protruding like a raw button, and rubbed vicious circles with his thumb, grinding the heel of his palm against it while he fucked her senseless. With the other hand he seized a nipple, twisted it hard, pulled until the heavy tit stretched into a cone and she shrieked, cunt clamping down so violently he saw stars. "Look at it," he snarled, voice shredded. "Look at your nephew's cock splitting your married aunt pussy open." She forced her eyes down, watched his thick shaft disappear again and again into her body, watched her own lips stretch obscenely around him, watched cream froth and bubble at the base with every thrust, watched her asshole flutter helplessly each time he bottomed out. He sped up, hips snapping like a machine, balls slapping her ass with wet, heavy cracks. Her cunt tightened impossibly, walls rippling, trying to suck him deeper even as they fought the brutal invasion. Every outstroke dragged her insides with him, pink sleeves clinging desperately. Every instroke punched the air from her lungs and made her asshole clench in frantic little spasms. He released her nipple, now purple and elongated, and slapped her clit hard. Once, twice, she came undone. Her orgasm detonated, cunt seizing in violent, milking contractions, squirting so hard it splashed his chest. Her back arching off the desk so violently only her shoulders and ass stayed in contact. Her asshole spasmed open in perfect, rhythmic pulses, showing the delicate pink inside each time her body convulsed. He didn't slow. He fucked her straight through it, snarling, hips pistoning, thumb grinding her oversensitive clit until she was sobbing and thrashing and coming again before the first one even ended. Only when her voice cracked into nothing but broken animal sounds did he let himself go. He slammed in one final time, deeper than ever, cockhead shoved hard against her womb and erupted. Hot, thick ropes blasted into her, pulse after pulse, flooding her so full the pressure forced come out around his buried shaft in obscene, creamy waves that bubbled and farted with every dying spasm. Her cunt kept milking him, greedy, desperate, draining every drop like it had been waiting decades for this exact load. He stayed inside her, grinding deep, letting her feel every throb, every jet, letting her ruined body drink him down while her asshole fluttered weakly beneath the flood of their mess running out of her. When he finally pulled out slow, deliberate, her cunt gaped wide, wrecked and pulsing. A thick river of nephew come pouring from her swollen hole to pool on the desk beneath her ass. He dragged a finger through the mess, painted it across her trembling lower lip. She licked it clean without being told, eyes locked on his, and whispered the only truth left. More. And more she got. He slowly held hick hard cock and entered her slowly. He started grinding slow and deep, letting her wrecked cunt flutter around every inch while their mess oozed out in thick, filthy pulses, but he was also starting to get tired. Then he leaned down, mouth against her ear, voice low and vicious. "Imagine it, Aunt Melissa?" he growled, rolling his hips so his cockhead kissed her cervix again. "Harold walks in right now, opens that door and sees his perfect little wife spread eagle on his own desk, legs shaking, wedding ring soaked in her own squirt, getting her guts rearranged by the nephew she used to call trash. Her cunt clamped down so hard he groaned. He'd see this? He snarled, pulling almost all the way out, her swollen lips clinging desperately. A thick ring of cream coating his shaft, then slamming back in so hard the desk jumped. He'd see his wife's married pussy stretched white around her nephew's cock while she screams for more. Melissa's entire body convulsed, a fresh gush of slick squirting around the seal of his cock. They didn't stop. He hooked her knees over his elbows and folded her in half, tits crushed against her own thighs, and started pounding straight down. The new angle let him hit deeper, brutal, punishing strokes that punched her cervix on every thrust, made her asshole clench and wink frantically beneath the flood running down her crack. "Keep coming for me," he snarled. "Show me how hard a cheating ant cunt comes when she's finally getting what she was born for." She shattered again. Her orgasm hit like a seizure, back bowing off the desk, eyes rolling fully white, whole body shaking and jerking like she was being electrocuted. Her cunt spasmed so violently it forced thick ropes of their mixed fluids out around his pistoning shaft in obscene, wet farts. Her legs trembled uncontrollably in his grip, toes curling, wedding rings scraping the desk as her fingers clawed for anything to hold onto. He didn't let her come down. He yanked out her gaping pussy fluttering open and closed like a mouth gasping for air and flipped her over again. Put her chest down across the desk, yanked her hips up until she was on tiptoes, and speared her from behind in one brutal thrust. The new position let him go deeper. He grabbed a fistful of her hair, wrenched her head back, and started rabbit-fucking her with short, vicious strokes that never left her body empty. His hips slapped her ass so hard the flesh rippled, turning angry red. "Harold's going to find you exactly like this," he hissed, voice ragged. Bent over his precious desk, covered in sweat and cum, "Getting your married ant cunt bread raw while you come so hard." She did. Another orgasm ripped through her harder, Messier. A hot stream of clear fluid shot out around his cock, splashing his thighs and the floor as her body convulsed again, asshole spasming open in perfect time with her cunt's desperate milking. He pulled out, spun her around, and shoved her to her back once more. This time he dragged her to the edge of the desk, threw both legs over his shoulders, and folded her nearly in half. Her own knees were beside her ears, ass lifted clear off the wood, completely helpless. He slammed back in. The angle was obscene. Every thrust punched straight into her front wall, battering her G-spot mercilessly. He reached down and started slapping her clit in rhythm with his thrusts, sharp, wet smacks that made her scream and squirt again and again. "Look at you," he snarled, watching her body jerk and shake beneath him. Harold's perfect little housewife, coming non-stop while her nephew uses her like a cheap fleshlight. "You're never going to walk straight again." She couldn't answer, could only sob and moan and come, over and over, her whole body electrified, convulsing, squirting, until the desk beneath them was a lake of their mess and her voice was nothing but broken animal sounds. He shifted again, never leaving her body, dropped her legs, yanked her upright, and impaled her standing, her back to his chest. One arm locked around her throat, the other hand snaking down to grind against her clit, while he fucked up into her with short, brutal thrusts that lifted her onto her toes. Her head fell back against his shoulder, eyes unfocused, mouth open in a continuous silent scream as another orgasm tore through her harder than the last. Her cunt locking down so tight he had to fight to keep moving. "That's it," he growled against her ear. "Come again while I fill you up one more time." Let Harold walk in and see his wife shaking like a bitch in heat, dripping with her nephew's cum, knowing she'll never belong to anyone else again. And when he finally came roaring, hips flush against her ass, cock buried to the root, he pumped her so full the overflow poured down her thighs in thick, obscene rivers while her body kept convulsing, kept milking him, kept proving with every tremor that she was exactly where she was always meant to be. Destroyed, claimed, and still coming, endlessly, helplessly, gloriously, for the nephew who now owned every inch of her soul. The next 5 hours dissolved into a haze of sweat, skin, and sin. Faye took her with a hunger that surprised even him. Raw, relentless, inventive. He bent her over the mahogany desk and drove into her until the wood creaked. Pinned her against the bookshelves so hard that leather-bound volumes rained down around them. Folded her nearly in half in Harold's high-back chair while she clawed at the armrests and sobbed his name. He made her ride him slow, then punishing, twisting her nipples until they bruised purple and tears streaked her cheeks. When he yanked her hair back and fucked her throat, she gagged willingly, eyes watering. From behind, he slammed into her so deep she swore she felt him in her spine, her pleas turning into broken, filthy prayers. Harder, deeper, ruin me, please. She came so many times her voice gave out, body shaking through aftershocks that left her limp and trembling. He came 4 times, each pulse thicker and hotter than the last, flooding her until it spilled out of her in slow, obscene rivulets that soaked the priceless Persian rug beneath them. And still Melissa cleaned, while Faye leaned back, chest heaving, cock slick and gleaming. She'd crawl for tissues and the little bottle of citrus cleaner she kept hidden in the bottom drawer. She wiped down the desk, the chair, the floor, frantic, methodical, erasing fingerprints, sweat, the evidence of what they'd done. They hadn't used condoms. He'd been bare inside her from the first thrust, and the knowledge made her shiver every time she felt him leak out of her. Can't leave evidence, she whispered, voice hoarse, lips swollen and bitten raw, breasts mottled with his teeth marks. Harold can't know. By the time they finished, the library looked almost untouched. Almost. The shattered monitor lay in pieces on the floor like a black glass wound. I'll think of something, Melissa had said breathlessly, pulling her robe on with shaking hands. Tell Harold it fell. Or I knocked it over. Something. Don't worry. Faye didn't worry. He was too high on victory to worry about anything. 5:47 a.m. He stood under the harsh bathroom light scrubbing dried cum and her scent from his skin, the buzz still crackling under his ribs. Then he heard the shower running in the adjoining room, soft hitches of breath that weren't sobs. He should leave. Job done. Aunt thoroughly, spectacularly fucked into submission. But the memory of her eyes in that last round stopped him. Gratitude, not hate. Worship. Almost. Fuck. He muttered. He knocked once on the glass door. Melissa. The water cut off. Silence. I'm fine, she said, too small. He pushed the door open anyway. Melissa stood wrapped in a towel, face scrubbed clean but still flushed and exhausted. She looked up at him with uncertain eyes, the same eyes that used to look at him with contempt. You didn't have to come back, she said quietly. You didn't have to check on me. I know. He grabbed a clean washcloth, ran it under warm water. Turn around. You missed some spots. She blinked, then turned, letting the towel drop. He wiped the dried streaks from her back, her thighs, slow, careful strokes. She trembled under his hands. Why? Are you being gentle and nice to me? She whispered. He didn't answer right away. He paused. I don't know. Maybe because you're mine now. Kind of. A shaky breath. Am I? Turn around. She did. He turned her to face him. Studied the woman who'd spent a decade treating him like dirt beneath her Louboutins. Now standing naked, marked head to toe by his mouth and hands, looking at him like he might vanish if she blinked. You look just like him, you know, Melissa said suddenly, voice thick. Your father. My little brother. Every time I saw you, I saw him. And I couldn't. Her voice cracked. I couldn't deal with the fact that he was gone and you were all that was left, and I failed him. Failed you. The confession hung between them like smoke. Faye didn't think. He just leaned in and kissed her. Soft. Almost tender. Nothing dominant in it. Just a kiss. When he pulled back, her eyes were wide, stunned. Faye's chest tightened. Before he could think better of it, she kissed him. Soft. Not dominant. Just a kiss. Their first real kiss. When she pulled back, Faye stared at her with wide eyes. We're not here to talk about that. Not the time for guilty trips, don't you think? Get dressed, Faye said. You need to go back before Harold wakes up. She pulled on her robe, but instead of leaving, she pressed against him. Come with me, to your room, or mine. Let me stay with you. The need in her voice was raw, desperate. Part of him wanted to say yes, but no. Her face fell. Melissa, it's almost 6 a.m. Harold wakes up an hour before you usually do. If he finds you gone from bed, or if anyone sees you coming from my room. Faye touched her cheek. This stays secret. It's risky enough as it is. Understand. She swallowed hard. I understand. Besides, he added, voice harder. It's not like we're suddenly lovers. This isn't about cuddling. Something flashed in her eyes. Hurt, maybe, or understanding. But she nodded. If anyone asks questions about me tomorrow, today you cover for me. But only if they push. Don't suddenly defend me out of nowhere. That'll raise eyebrows. Don't suddenly play devoted aunt. That'll look worse. You're skipping school? I'm sick. You'll back me up if needed. Melissa nodded again, then lingered, looking like she wanted to say something more. Go, Faye said. She slipped out into the dark hallway, robe barely tied, and disappeared. Faye stood alone, staring at his reflection. The same face that had just spent 5 hours dominating his aunt. Am I becoming just like them? He asked quietly. His reflection had no answer. He turned back to the library and froze, because something was wrong. Not wrong. Missing. He hadn't tamed her. Not officially. The sex had been incredible. Brutal. Dominant. But Dragon's Rod, the actual taming, that required something specific, didn't it? Faye looked down at his cock. Still heavy and half-hard even after everything. Ding! Blue text exploded across his vision. Congratulations, host. Hidden missions completed. Wait, what? Hidden Mission 1. Lose your virginity. Hidden Mission 2. As a dominant devil dragon, make the queen of the household submit to you. Status. Completed on the first day of system integration. Bonus multiplier. 10x rewards. Base rewards. 20 points. 30 EXP. Multiplied rewards. 200 points. 300 EXP. First DxD elements unlocked. Faye's heart slammed. Holy shit. DxD Element 1. Dragon's Rod. Description. Your manhood has awakened as a dragon's weapon. Undefeatable in battle. Abilities. Infinite growth. Can increase size and girth at will. No upper limit. Cannot shrink. A dragon does not diminish. Endless stamina. Maintain peak performance for hours without failure. No refractory period. Permanent taming. Any woman who experiences full claiming, complete penetration plus orgasm plus conscious acceptance, becomes permanently incapable of satisfaction from anything not your cock. Her body will crave only you. Draconic form. Thick veins like roots. Large, flared crown. Intimidating and powerful. Overwhelming volume. Ejaculate massive quantities at will. Complete control over timing. Note: taming requires conscious ritual. Melissa has been conquered but not tamed. You must claim her properly to activate Dragon's Rod binding. Warning: transformation required. Extreme pain expected. Duration: 3 to 5 minutes. Initiating in 3, 2, 1. Wait fuck. The pain detonated in his groin. Faye collapsed against the bathroom sink, knees buckling, one hand slamming marble. His cock felt like it was being torn apart and rebuilt from the inside. White-hot agony seared through him. He bit his lip until blood filled his mouth, trying not to scream. He could feel it changing. The shaft thickened, subtle but real. Veins that had been faint now bulged to the surface, dark and pulsing like roots bursting through soil. The head flared wider, more aggressive. Even semi-soft, it looked dangerous. The pain peaked, a final white spike, then vanished. Face sagged, chest heaving, sweat everywhere. He looked down. His dragon hung heavy, noticeably larger. Veins stood out like thick cables. The crown was swollen, commanding, ready. He touched it carefully and felt power thrumming beneath the surface. Jesus Christ, he whispered. I just fucked my aunt and got a magic dragon dick. My therapist would have a field day with this. If he had a therapist. Also, I'm talking to myself in a bathroom at 5 a.m. about my enchanted penis. So that's where I'm at. Transformation complete. DxD Element 2. Tame Mark. A dragon marks his harem. When a woman fully submits, you may offer your permanent mark. Rules. Mutual consent required. Permanent bond cannot be removed. You cannot abandon marked women. Mark appears as elegant tattoo in location of her choice. Current marked women. 0. Note: Melissa has been conquered but not tamed or marked. You must complete the taming ritual. Faye read that twice. So the hours of brutal sex weren't enough. He had to actually perform a taming. Consciously claim her with Dragon's Rod now that it had awakened. And then decide if he wanted to mark her permanently. Did he? Did he want Melissa in his harem as his woman? Or just as sex? One truth crystallized in his mind immediately, sharp and absolute. He wasn't entertaining her having sex with any other man. Ever. Harold could rot in bed alone. Any other man who touched her would be a problem. She was his now. Whether he marked her officially or not. But the mark was permanent. Binding. No takebacks. Did he want that? He'd figure it out later. After sleep. Right now, he needed to finish reading the system notifications. DxD Element 3. Daddies. Young women, 16 to 25. Instinctively recognize you as authority and attraction. Primal draw. Rules. Activation. Make 2 to 3 positive impressions on target. Effect. Mild arousal and increased receptiveness in your presence. Passive ability always active, no cooldown. Stacks with charm speech and dominance aura. Example. Help Sienna with homework twice and genuinely compliment her once. Next time you're near her, she'll feel warm. Notice you more. Find excuses to be close. She won't suddenly want you to fuck her or anything. Just that she suddenly wants your attention. Tip. Particularly effective on women lacking strong father figures, or who associate daddy with safety and desire. Daddy issues girls. Faye grinned. So just be nice a couple times and they'd start getting hot for him? Absolutely unfair. He loved it. Additional reward unlocked. Taboo achievement. First blood relation conquest. You have broken society's strongest taboo. The system recognizes your audacity. Rewards. Plus 10 to all base stats taboo multiplier LV.1. Passive. Plus 200 points. Taboo multiplier LV.1. When attempting taboo/illicit actions, gain plus 20% success chance. Example. Seducing Victoria, Delilah normally has 30% success chance. With taboo multiplier, 50% chance. Levels up with more taboo conquests. Current level 1. Next level 3 taboo conquests required. 2 more if you successfully tame Melissa and mark her. Another 10 stats? And an ability that made forbidden shit easier? This system is fucking insane. Faye breathed. Points deducted. Minus 85. Emergency healing debt. Total points earned. 400. 200 hidden plus 200 taboo. Remaining points. 315. Current EXP. 300. 315 points. 300 EXP. Congratulations! You have survived all 7 potential death scenarios. Original timeline death date. 6 days. 18 hours from now. New status. Death flags cleared. You are no longer fated to die. Live well, dragon. Faye stared at that notification. Throat tight. He wasn't going to die. One night. One insane night, and he'd rewritten his fate. But how? How had he survived all 7 death scenarios? He'd only actively avoided one, the suicide. He didn't know. The system had said completing 10% of the main mission would unlock system powers and avoid death. Maybe just changing his perspective, becoming a real man instead of a victim, that alone had shifted something fundamental? He'd worry about the specifics later. After sleep. Status, he said. Show me everything. Ding. Status window unlocked. The screen expanded into detailed glory. Host status window. Name. Faye Maxton. Age. 17. Title. Awakened Dragon, Newborn. Base stats. 50-60. Plus 10 taboo bonus. Available bonus points. 10. Current stat breakdown. Strength. 60/100. Weak. Physical power. Combat. Intimidation. Stamina. Agility. 60/100. Weak. Speed. Reflexes. Grace. Dodging. Endurance. 60/100. Weak. Stamina. resilience, pain resistance. Charisma, 60 out of 100. Weak, social magnetism, persuasion, charm. Intelligence, 150/100. Perception, 130/100. Strong, awareness, reading people, sensing danger. Evaluation, weak. Note, average healthy male equals 100 per stat, 600 total. You are significantly below average. Improvement required. Faye stared at those numbers. 60 out of 100. In everything. He'd always known he was weak. Painfully weak. But seeing it quantified made it brutally real. Strength 60? He couldn't open jars. Lost every fight. Couldn't do 10 push-ups. Agility 60? Tripped constantly. Got hit by dodgeballs. Endurance 60? Winded climbing stairs. Charisma 60? People forgot he existed. Intelligence 150? Not stupid. Exceptional. Perception 150? Weak. The system was being generous. Allocate bonus points, Faye said. 5 to strength, 5 to endurance. Allocating. Strength, 60/65/100. Endurance, 60/65/100. Remaining bonus points, 0. Warmth spread through his muscles. Subtle but real. Points, 315. EXP, 300. Active abilities. Charm speech LV.1. 0 150th EXP to level 2. Duration, 24 hours per use. Cooldown, none. Plus 10% persuasion, all targets. Plus 40% persuasion, aroused targets. Currently active. 18 hours, 13 minutes remaining. Example. Use charm speech on Victoria during normal conversation. 10% more convincing. Catch her after a breakup when she's vulnerable and attracted to you. 50% effectiveness. 10% base plus 40% aroused. Passive abilities. Dominance aura LV.1. 0 150th EXP to level 2. Range, 15 feet. Always active. Submissive women. Feel draconic authority. Instinctive obedience. Weak-willed men. Intimidation. Avoid confrontation. Example. Mrs. Adriana is naturally submissive despite her rude exterior. When you enter a room, she'll feel inexplicable pull toward you. Body responding before mind. Brett, if his will is weaker than yours, will find excuses not to confront you. Taboo multiplier LV.1. Plus 20% success on taboo actions. DxD elements. Complete do not level. Dragon's Rod. Active. Taming ritual pending. Tame mark. Available. 0 marked. Daddies. Quest progress. Main quest. Conquer paradise. Progress. 10%. Conquered. 1/10 minimum. Remaining. Stepfamily. Victoria. Delilah. Sienna. 2 more minimum. Mrs. Adriana. 1 available. Academy bells. Multiple available. Shop. Locked. Unlock at 100%. They read it all twice, mind racing. How do I increase stats? Stat increase methods. Mission rewards. Shop 9 locked. Physical training. Gym. Combat. Running. Note. You will not become powerful by magic. System provides tools. True strength comes from your work. Train. Earn your power. Right. Even with cheat codes, he had to put in effort. Paradise had gyms everywhere. The mansion had one. He could start today. This was the end of being mediocre. End of being a small fish. Though he shouldn't be too flashy. Sudden changes raised questions. Gradual. Smart. Determined. How do I get points and EXP? Points from mission rewards, sexual encounters, varies by partner/circumstances, positive impressions on target's achievements. EXP from mission rewards, milestones, sex, points usage, shop, locked, emergencies, EXP usage, leveling abilities. Do I have a character level? Negative. You grow through stats, abilities, DxD elements, and harem items. Made sense. How do I unlock shop? Complete main quest. 100%. Faye glanced at the clock. 5:52 a.m. He hadn't slept. Running on adrenaline and system power. School started at 8:30. No way he was going. Melissa would cover if anyone pushed. Status, close. The screens vanished. Faye looked at himself. Clothes rumpled, smelling like sex, dragon hanging heavy. But he hadn't officially tamed Melissa yet. Hadn't offered the mark. He'd have to do that later. After sleep. What he didn't get was the devil dragon thing. Was it just an analogy? Or something real? Who'd believe in actual dragons these days? But it had a nice ring to it. Sounded cool. The DxD elements didn't seem to level up. Dragon's Rod, Tame Mark, Daddies, all complete as is. But charm, speech and dominance, aura could grow stronger. Those two sounded like absolute cheats given his situation at school and home. As long as he had more will than the other boys, the bullying would stop automatically. Brett, Anderson, all of them. If his will was stronger, dominance aura would make them back down. And luckily, Mrs. Adriana was submissive. And she was part of Melissa's friend circle. That way, the mistreating from that whole group would stop once dominance aura affected them. He could smell freedom, but he had to work for it. Faye looked down at his dragon. Still impressively hard even after 5 hours of use. Thick veins pulsing, crown flared and ready. He felt so good about himself right now. Who knew losing your virginity felt this amazing? Not just the sex, though that had been incredible, but the sensation of power, control, victory. The triumph settled into him like warm honey, intoxicating and addictive. The more he experienced this feeling, the more he wanted. Remembering Melissa's submission, her begging, her breaking, her complete surrender, felt like a drug he'd never get tired of. He remembered the then and the now, the powerless victim versus the dragon awakening. The sensation the now gave him made him decide instantly and absolutely. He would never go back to the then, would always live in the now, no matter what it took. He knew the path ahead. Seduction, taming, conquest, love, and painfully he'd have to conquer more women who'd hurt him like Melissa to reach whatever waited at 100%. But maybe that wasn't so bad? He didn't know how to process his own thoughts. The sick obsession with seeing tormentors moaning beneath him. The thrill of reversing power so completely. It wasn't good. Wasn't right. But right and wrong were decided by people on the outside who didn't know what it felt like to be him. Who hadn't lived his hell. How many had stepped in to stop what was done to him? 0. Faye felt tears prick unexpectedly. He covered his face, thinking about everything since his parents died. It had never been good. He'd broken somewhere, cracked so deep death seemed simpler than living. These wounds would heal eventually. Had to. But at what cost? How much would those who carved these scars have to pay before they closed without marks? What was his purpose now? Hours ago it had been simple. Survive 7 days, awaken the system, stay alive. Done. So what next? Revenge? Fucking women who'd hurt him? Empty. Driven by ghosts. He knew revenge alone led to oblivion. Couldn't be his purpose. With this system, he could do more and better than punish them. He would punish them if he needed to, but that couldn't be the driving force. Power for its own sake? Becoming Paradise's strongest? Maybe. But power without purpose was just emptiness in a different mask. Freedom? Escaping Paradise? Starting over? Tempting. But felt like running. Like admitting Paradise won even after he'd beaten them. Control? Conquering Paradise in shadows. Becoming the feared one. Real weight there. But exhausting politics, schemes, paranoia. Redemption? Proving he wasn't trash, becoming important? Just seeking validation from those who broke him. Fuck that. Domination? Building an empire? Controlling everything? Ambitious. Maybe too ambitious for a 17-year-old who'd lost his virginity hours ago. Which left? Hedonism. Just enjoying it. Harem. Power. Thrill of conquest. fucking every hot woman in paradise until none remained who hadn't screamed his name, cucking every man and boy who'd looked down on him, making them watch as their wives, girlfriends, daughters, sisters all chose the trash. Not for spite. No. Okay, a little bit of that, but the real reason was because he really loved women, hot women, and he couldn't hide that desire and desire to cuck. Faye's lips curved into a slow, dark smile. Yeah, that felt right. Not noble. Not traditionally ambitious. Not even smart. But fun. And honest. He was 17, horny, had a magic cock that could fuck for hours and permanently tame women. The system wasn't wrong calling him a dragon. What else would you call someone whose first thought after losing virginity was, how many more can I fuck? How many men I will cuck? A lustful young dragon. Exactly. And he was fine with that. No grand purpose needed right now. No 10-year plan. Just ride the wave. See where it goes. Enjoy every second. He'd finished 10% and gotten all this. What would the next 90% bring? He didn't know, but the possibilities made his pulse race. Faye looked at the clock. 5:57 a.m. Time to sleep. A moment where the powerless kid became something else. Something dangerous. Something he wasn't sure he recognized yet. Is this who I want to be? He whispered. Or just who they made me? The night offered no answer. Faye, his eyes closed. His gaze drifted to his desk drawer. The one he never opened. Inside, a single photo. Him at 7, grinning gap-toothed, perched on his father's shoulders while his mother laughed. Beach trip. Last good memory before the accident. He didn't open it. Couldn't. Not tonight. Because if he looked at that photo, at the innocent kid who believed the world was good, who trusted family meant safety, he'd have to confront what he'd become. A kid who'd fucked his aunt for power, made her beg, enjoyed breaking her. Would his parents be proud? Understand he'd done what he had to survive? Or look at him with disgust? Horror at what their gentle boy became? Sorry, Mom. Faye whispered to the drawer, voice cracking. Sorry, Dad. I don't know if you'd be proud or ashamed, but I'm alive. That's gotta count for something, right? The drawer didn't answer. His throat tightened. Eyes burned. For the first time since stepping off that roof, since deciding to become something other than victim, Faye felt the weight crash down. He'd survived. One. Had power. But he was still just a 17-year-old who missed his parents. Who wished someone had loved him like they had. Who didn't know if this path led to freedom or just a different prison. I don't know what I'm doing, he admitted to darkness. Don't know who I'm supposed to be. I just didn't want to die. Tears slipped hot and unwelcome. He wiped them away roughly. I hope I'm not becoming a monster, he whispered. Please. I can't become like them. Darkness had no reassurances. Faye pulled his pillow over his face and let exhaustion drag him under. His last thought, monster or not, at least I'm not nothing anymore. At least I'm alive. Despite everything, doubt, fear, guilt. Faye smiled faintly. Because whatever he was becoming, he wasn't powerless anymore. He had a chance. And sometimes that was enough. Faye woke to the afternoon sun knifing through the curtains, thin blades of gold slicing the dim room into sharp, contrasting halves. For a long moment he lay still, suspended in the cottony aftermath of sleep, so deep it felt like dying and being born again. His mind floated in a pleasant haze, blank and weightless, until memory struck, fist first, to the sternum. The library. Melissa. 5 hours of raw, merciless intensity. The system sparking inside his skull. Dragon's rod. Blue screens. Numbers. Power. Holy Christ. It had actually happened. He braced for ruin, muscles shredded, joints ground to sand. The price of a body untrained for such violence. Instead, he felt rested. Not invincible, not yet, but undeniably, quietly better than any man had a right to feel after 0 sleep and a marathon of destruction in bed. Strength 65. Endurance 65. Small numbers on paper, but a low, steady current of them hummed beneath his skin. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed and stopped dead in the closet mirror. The change was subtle, almost cruel in its understatement. No Hollywood glow-up, no chiseled jawline etched overnight. Yet the hollow in his cheeks had filled just enough to erase years of starvation. The bruise-colored rings beneath his eyes had faded to faint smudges. His skin carried warmth instead of pallor. Shoulders that once folded inward like broken wings now sat square, as if an invisible hand had coaxed his spine upright while he slept. And his eyes. He leaned closer, inspecting them like a man discovering a loaded gun in his own hand. There was weight there now, something older, harder, edged with patience and hunger alike. Predator's calm. Charisma 60. From invisible to merely forgettable, a gulf crossed in the span of a night. He peeled off yesterday's shirt, stiff with dried sweat and her scent. His torso was still narrow, still underfed, but the lines of muscle had sharpened overnight, as if a patient sculptor had traced careful passes while he dreamed. Shoulders fractionally broader. Chest no longer sinking between the ribs. Not strong. Simply no longer frail. "Ha!" he muttered, voice rough. "So that's 5 points." The phone on the nightstand glowed 2:17 p.m. in stark, cold numerals. 17 missed calls. 32 texts. "Melissa. 7:43 a.m. You're sick today. I called the school. Stay in your room. Melissa. 11:26 a.m. Harold asked after you. Stomach bug, I said. He bought it. Melissa. 1:54 p.m. Awake yet? Nothing from Harold. Nothing from the kids. Ashford Elite kept them caged until 4. Across town, Danton and his sisters were doubtless sharpening their claws on someone else's life. Harold, poor blind Harold, was at the office, earning the coin that kept a roof over the head of the wife who'd spent half the night impaled on his nephew's cock. Faye's smile had no warmth in it. He walked to the bathroom, rolling the ache from his shoulders like kneading a stubborn knot from stone. "System," he said, voice bouncing off the cracked tile, low and measured. "No reward for cucking my uncle? That feels like the kind of milestone that ought to come with a prize." He twisted the shower faucet. Water thundered, the first hiss of steam snaking up the mirror like a living thing. Analyzing request. Cuckoldus Maximus achievement recognized. However, cucking rewards remain locked until the marking ritual is performed. Young dragon, your first branded female cements the foundation of your harem. Only after that cornerstone is laid do the spoils of stolen beds begin to flow. Requirement. Fully tame and mark a woman. Body, mind, soul. Permanent submission required. Faye spat mint foam into the sink and watched it spiral and fade, the swirl a small, inconsequential surrender to the mundane. So, a brand first, then the bonuses. It didn't have to be Melissa. Any woman would do. But Melissa was already broken open, trembling and panting for more. She carried the memory of him in every bruised inch of her body. Why hunt when the prey had already stumbled into the trap and begged to stay? Only one problem. This was Melissa, the architect of his childhood misery. The woman who had looked through him for 10 years as though he were furniture that occasionally bled. The aunt who had perfected the art of casual cruelty long before her children had learned to wield it. Did he want her bound to him forever? A living trophy wearing his mark until death. The sex had been revelation. The dominance even better. Turning the whip hand that once flayed him into a hand that clawed at her back, begging for more. There was poetry in that, subtle and cruel, perfect in its symmetry. But forever was a very long time. Steam filled the tiny room, curling and folding over itself, fogging the glass until his reflection vanished. Faye stepped under the scalding water and let it hammer at him, burning the question from his mind, at least for now. He let the water cascade over him, pounding his shoulders, hot enough to sting, precise enough to focus every nerve into alertness. The system had been explicit. The mark required mutual consent. No coercion, no trickery. Both hearts had to reach for the brand at the same moment. He could not carve it into her skin against her will, and she could not snatch it from him, which meant he could tame her thoroughly, bind her body, her pleasure, her very breath to the dragon, without ever locking her into the harem. A loophole wide enough to keep the future unwritten. Yes, that felt sane. He washed with quick, brutal efficiency. Soap dragged across skin like sandpaper. Shampoo raked through hair with meticulous violence, fingers scrubbing the salt crust of her from his groin and thighs. Steam rolled off him in thick, furious coils, as if the bathroom itself exhaled in awe. He wiped a clear streak across the fogged mirror and froze. His cock hung between his legs like a weapon forged for gods and monsters, even soft a thing of quiet terror. It wasn't just big anymore. It was architecture. Heavy even at rest, it rested against his thigh like a sleeping war dragon. Thick, ridged. The skin burnished bronze shot through with darker, angry veins that forked and braided like lightning frozen mid-strike. The weight of it pulled at his groin with every heartbeat, a slow, deliberate pendulum reminding him what he carried now. The head flared wide and brutal, hooded still by a sleeve of silken foreskin that clung like it knew its privilege could be revoked at any moment. Beneath, his balls had drawn up full and high, two swollen, hairless stones packed tight with days of withheld seed, aching with a pressure that felt almost sacred. When he shifted his weight, the whole mass swayed with lazy menace, brushing the inside of the robe and leaving a cool streak of precum on the silk. Another bead welled at the slit fat, perfect, trembling then broke free, sliding down the underside in a single silver thread that caught the light like molten metal. He watched it fall, transfixed. The thing looked carved for conquest. Obscene in its calm, patient as a predator that already knew the outcome. Every pulse beneath the skin was a promise. Every subtle throb said, I have ruined queens and will ruin more. I have split open marriages and will split open worlds. And still it grew, unhurried, thickening against his thigh as if it had all millennium to finish waking. The foreskin peeled itself back another fraction of an inch, bearing more of that murderous plum crown, glossy now, flushed so dark it bordered on black at the rim. A second bead formed, larger, heavier, trembling on the edge of release. Faye exhaled through his teeth, a slow hiss that tasted of smoke and restraint. Easy, he told it again, voice rough. The dragon only listened when it felt like it. I dare say, he whispered, half laughing in reverence. I now possess the single most beautiful, terrifying prick on earth. It stirred at the praise, thickening with lazy arrogance. Foreskin glided back to bear a fat, violet head that gleamed like wet amethyst. Heat flared low in his belly, sudden, greedy, claiming every nerve. Easy, Faye told it and himself. First, the hunt. He dried with methodical roughness, shrugged into the dark blue robe, the only luxury he owned, and left it hanging open, belt tied just enough to hint at propriety without denying appetite. Damp hair fell across his brow. The mirror returned a stranger. Collarbones sharp beneath bronze skin, eyes older than his years, the robe tented by a half-hard monster that seemed poised to burst its seams. For the first time in his life, Faye Maxton looked like trouble worth having. Not bad, he said to the glass, and meant it. He left the steamy bathroom behind, crossing the small bedroom that had never truly been his, and descended the broad staircase into the mansion's expectant hush. Afternoon sunlight poured through towering windows, thick and molten, turning drifting dust motes into lazy constellations. Somewhere, far off, the air conditioning exhaled like a dozing monster disturbed mid-nap. The house felt hollowed, patient, waiting for him to wake it. Only, Melissa would be here. On a normal day, the coven would have already arrived. Adriana, Rowan, Mara, the rest. Rose bottles sweating in their hands while they exchanged poison disguised as jokes. But not today. Today she had likely cancelled them all. Too raw, too wrecked, too thoroughly starved for the one thing only he could supply now. He imagined her sprawled across the sofa, thighs clenched, fingers restless, replaying every second of last night behind closed lids. Good. Faye reached the marble foyer and pivoted toward the kitchen. His bare feet made no sound, as if gravity itself had agreed to keep secrets. The kitchen stretched like a cathedral to indulgence. White marble veined with silver, appliances gleaming like surgical instruments, an island vast enough to host a banquet for monarchs or mass murderers. Sunlight spilled through glass walls opening onto the pool deck, setting every surface ablaze in mirrored reflection. He lifted a heavy crystal glass from the cabinet, pressed it to the fridge, and let cold water thunder in, the sound exaggerated, ceremonious. He drank in slow, deliberate swallows, savoring the chill sliding down his throat and pooling like liquid ice behind his sternum. Somewhere past the arched doorway, the television babbled. One of her trashy, reality-laden housewife programs, synthetic outrage, designer handbags, and the occasional faint whiff of moral collapse. He placed the empty glass down with a soft, deliberate clink, savoring the tiny punctuation of sound. Time to feed the dragon. Through the towering kitchen window he saw her, Melissa, framed in the living room's molten golden light like a fever dream made flesh, a sin sculpted by sunlight and hunger. And Faye felt the familiar stir of ownership, amusement, and danger roll through him. A grin flickering at the corner of his lips that was all predator, all teenager who just discovered the first taste of real power. Melissa. She sprawled across the cream sectional like a goddess who'd decided modesty was for mortals. The black silk robe had given up all pretense, slipping from her shoulders to pool uselessly around her hips. Beneath it, crimson lace clung to her like liquid fire. The bra was a cruel, translucent tease. 2 gossamer triangles that did nothing to hide the fat, swollen rose-pink nipples punching through the fabric. So hard they looked painful. The wide areolas dark and pebbled beneath the sheer mesh. Her panties were an obscene scrap of soaked lace, the thin crimson string long since swallowed by the puffy, glistening lips of her cunt. Lips so engorged they framed the fabric in a perfect, lewd outline, the cloth glued to her slit in a glistening camel toe that pulsed with every heartbeat. A fat drop of slick hung from the bottom of the gusset, trembling, ready to fall. Garter straps bit into lush thighs. Patent black 6-inch heels arched her feet and made her legs look a mile long, calves taut, thighs quivering with need. 43 and built like a fertility idol carved by a madman with a hard-on for perfection. Her tits massive, gravity-defying teardrops, easily a 34D now, impossibly round and high, rose and fell with each ragged breath, the weight of them making the lace stretch and strain. Her waist was a waspish cinch, flaring violently into hips made for gripping, for bruising, for breeding. Her skin glowed rose gold, poreless, flawless, every inch waxed and oiled until she looked lacquered. Not a single sag, not a stretch mark, not a blemish. She was sculpted perfection, a walking invitation to ruin. She had been edging herself since sunrise, fingers and toys buried in that greedy cunt for hours, denying herself release until she was a trembling, dripping mess. Her clit was a swollen, obscene pearl shoving the lace outward. The hood had retracted completely, leaving it exposed and throbbing. Every few seconds her hips gave an involuntary jerk, another gush of slick flooding her thighs. The instant his eyes found her, her head whipped around. Their gazes collided through the glass like a physical blow. Her pupils blew wide. A desperate whine tore from her throat. One hand plunged between her legs, fingers grinding the soaked lace hard against her clit in frantic circles, while the other mauled one massive tit, pinching that diamond-hard nipple until milk-white skin turned red. Faye lifted his glass, took a slow sip of water, and watched her fall apart. Then she stood. The robe slithered to the floor and stayed there. She rose in nothing but that obscene red lace and those fuck-me heels, sunlight licking every lethal curve like a tongue. Her cunt lips had swallowed the thong completely. Only the dark, saturated triangle at the front and the glistening strings over her hips remained visible. A thick rope of arousal slid down the inside of one thigh, leaving a shining trail that caught the light like diamonds. She smiled, slow, filthy, triumphant, and stalked toward him, hips rolling in a rhythm designed to destroy sane men. Heels stabbed marble. The kitchen door sighed open. Melissa stepped inside, and the air turned thick with her scent. Chanel and the raw, oceanic reek of a woman in raging heat. Her thighs were glazed. Every step painted a faint wet print on the tile. Fresh, slick, dripped steadily from beneath the lace now, pattering softly to the floor in tiny, shameful droplets. She crossed the room without haste, eyes locked on him, pupils eclipsed by lust. When she was close enough that her rigid nipples almost scraped his chest, she stopped. "Good girl," he said, voice low and dangerous. The words hit her like voltage. A full-body shudder ripped through her. Her nipples tightened further, visibly aching, and a fresh flood of cunt juice surged out of her, soaking the lace anew. One thick strand stretched from her ruined panties to the floor, quivering, before it broke and splattered. He crooked a finger. She closed the distance on a whimper. Trembling fingers yanked the knot of his robe. Fabric parted. His dragon sprang free. Monstrous, veined, angry purple, easily 11 inches of wrist-thick cock, the flared head glossy and obscene. A fat rope of pre-cum already dangling like spun glass from the slit. Melissa's breath fractured. "Jesus fucking Christ," she rasped, voice wrecked. "It's bigger again. How is that even possible? Faye, that thing is a fucking murder weapon." Her knees buckled outright. Only pride kept her upright. Her gaze was reverent, terrified, starving. "You like it, Aunt Melissa?" he murmured, letting the dominance aura unfurl like black fire. She couldn't speak, just nodded frantically, wedding ring diamonds flashing as her hands shook. "Touch!" Her hands flew to him, both wrapped around the shaft and still couldn't meet. She sobbed at the heat, at the iron-hard throb beneath velvet skin. "I can feel your heartbeat in my palms," she choked. "It's so fucking thick I can't. Oh God." One slow pump from root to crown milked a thick, milky bead of pre-cum. She dragged her fingers through it, brought them to her mouth, and sucked them clean with a guttural, animal moan, eyelids rolling back. "On your knees," he commanded, aura pressing down like a boot on her spine. "Worship your nephew's fat cock. Show me how bad you need this load down your throat and in that greedy, cheating cunt, my dear aunt." For one heartbeat the old Melissa surfaced, proud, untouchable. He crushed it beneath the full weight of his power. She dropped, knees cracked against marble. The impact forced a fresh gush from her cunt. A silver ribbon of slick stretched from her soaked lace to the floor, quivered, snapped. Hands still gripping his shaft, she stared up, eyes glassy, mascara already streaking, lips swollen and parted, while her tongue extended in desperate, worshipful offering. "Good girl," he growled, fisting her perfect hair. "Now choke on it. Gag yourself on your nephew's cock while your husband foots the bill for the house you're defiling. Open that adulterous mouth and take every inch you've been begging for." She attacked. Lips pressed a reverent kiss to the base, then her tongue dragged up the full, obscene length. Slow, filthy, mapping every bulging vein, lapping the salt of his skin like it was holy. When she reached the head she swirled greedily, drinking the steady stream of pre-cum before stretching her jaw impossibly wide and forcing the bloated crown past her lips. A wet, choking gag exploded from her throat as the head battered her tonsils. Spit flooded her mouth instantly, cascading over her chin in thick ropes, splattering onto her heaving, lace-clad tits. She didn't stop. She shoved forward, throat spasming, neck visibly bulging as inch after brutal inch disappeared between her painted lips. Tears streamed down her cheeks, mascara running in black rivers, but her eyes, her eyes were pure bliss. Faye watched his aunt, the untouchable society queen, on her knees in broad daylight, red lace drenched and clinging to her dripping cunt, wedding ring glinting as her hands pumped what her throat couldn't yet take, drool pouring down her chin to pool between her massive tits. He tightened his grip in her hair and thrust. She moaned around the invasion, the vibration shooting straight to his balls. Her throat fluttered helplessly, trying to swallow, milking him with every convulsion. Permanent mark or not, she was already ruined. The only question left was how many times he'd flood her stomach, paint her insides, and breed that greedy, married cunt until she was sobbing, broken and begging, on her knees, covered in his cum, to where his brand burned into her skin for the rest of her worthless, perfect life. Melissa's painted lips stretched obscenely around the fat crown of Faye's dragon, her jaw already trembling from the sheer girth. A thick ribbon of spit escaped the corner of her mouth the instant she forced another inch inside, dripping in a long silver strand that landed on the marble between her knees. She pulled off with a wet pop, gasping, eyes glassy with lust. "Too big," she whimpered, voice hoarse. "Can't even look at it." Her hands never stopped moving. Both manicured palms stroked the slick shaft in slow, reverent twists, spreading her own saliva over every throbbing vein. Her wedding ring caught the light with every pump, a mocking reminder of the vows she was about to choke on. She set the phone down with deliberate care, propped it against a canister of utensils. Lens, aimed low and wide. The frame took in everything. Faye's eyes narrowed, then widened, just a fraction. As realization settled, dark and electric, she was filming this here, in the heart of the house Harold paid for, on the same counter where family breakfasts had been served, where she'd once scolded Faye for existing too loudly. A slow, dangerous smile pulled at his mouth. She wanted the desecration documented, not in the anonymity of a bedroom, but right here, where the ordinary would be forever stained by what was about to happen. Recording it in Harold's kitchen, Aunt Melissa? Going to watch this later while you make his dinner. Remember how your nephew bent you over the same counter he eats from? Her breath fractured. A visible shudder ran through her. She didn't deny it. Couldn't. Faye just watched, arms loose at his sides, letting the dominance aura roll off him in waves. The kitchen smelled like sex now. Her dripping cunt, his leaking cock, the faint perfume on her skin turning musky with need. Melissa's gaze flicked up to his, pleading. Then she reached behind her back with shaking fingers and snapped the clasp of her red lace bra. The cups fell away and her massive tits spilled free, heavy, perfect 34DS that hadn't sagged a millimeter despite her age. Pale creamy flesh capped with thick pink nipples already stiff and begging. She didn't hesitate. She spat once. A saliva landed right between her tits, then pressed them together around the base of his dragon. Holy fuck. The contrast was obscene. Her enormous breasts, soft, warm, impossibly plush, swallowed the first 8 inches of his shaft completely, yet more than half the monstrous length still jutted upward, like a spear, angry and glistening, the swollen head kissing the hollow of her throat. "Still so much left," she moaned, voice cracking with awe. "Your cock is bigger than my fucking tits, Faye." She started moving, up and down, slow at first, letting him feel every inch of that velvet tunnel she'd made for him. Her tits jiggled with every stroke, the slick sound of spit-slick skin filling the kitchen. Drool poured from her open mouth, cascading over the head and running down into her cleavage, making everything wetter, sloppier. Then she leaned forward and sucked the exposed crown back into her mouth while still fucking him with her tits. The sensation was unreal. Hot, wet suction on the head, tongue swirling frantically around the slit, lashing the sensitive underside, while the rest of his dragon disappeared again and again between those massive, pillowy breasts. Every time she pushed down, her nipples dragged along the veined length. Every time she pulled up, her lips made a filthy wet seal around the crown before popping off with a lewd gasp. GLLLK, MMPH, GLK. The sounds coming from her throat were pure pornographic filth, gagging and slurping as she tried to take more, her mascara already starting to run in black streaks down her cheeks. Faye groaned, fingers tightening in her hair. "That's it. Worship your dragon like how desperate you are." She moaned around him, the vibration shooting straight to his balls. Her hips were grinding air now, thighs trembling. A steady drip of pussy juice running down the inside of one stomach. The kitchen echoed with the obscene symphony of her worship. Wet flesh slapping, desperate choking, the constant drip of her pussy hitting the marble like a metronome of pure need. "Look at you," he rasped, voice gravel and smoke. 43 years old, married, 3 kids, and you're on your knees in your own kitchen choking on your nephew's fat cock like it's the only thing keeping you alive. Melissa whimpered around the mouthful, eyes rolling back. A fresh flood of slick gushed down her thighs at his words, splattering audibly on the floor. He could feel it building, that molten pressure coiling at the base of his spine. His balls drew up tight, heavy, aching, swollen with a load that felt twice the size of last night's. "Hands off!" he ordered suddenly. She obeyed instantly, letting her massive tits fall apart, the dragon springing free with a wet slap against his abs. Now, glistening, angry red monument coated in her spit from root to tip, veins throbbing visibly. Faye gripped the base himself, angling the bloated head toward her upturned face. "Open, tongue out, beg for it." Melissa's mouth fell open wide, pink tongue lolling like a bitch in heat. Thick ropes of saliva, bridged, from her lower lip to her chin, dripping onto her heaving tits. "Please," she gasped, voice completely broken. "Please come on me, baby. Paint your aunt's face. Mark your married whore. I need it. I need your hot load all over me. Please." He stroked once, twice. The first rope erupted like a cannon. A thick, white jet that lashed across her forehead, into her hair, splattering in heavy streaks. The second blasted straight into her open mouth, coating her tongue, filling her cheeks until it overflowed and poured down her chin in creamy rivers. Third, fourth, fifth, each one just as voluminous, just as forceful, painting her cheeks, her nose, her closed eyelids. One shot high enough to stripe across the top of her tits, dripping into the valley between them. She moaned like she was coming herself, body convulsing, her untouched pussy clenching so hard that a visible gush of girl cum squirted onto the floor between her knees. They kept going. 6, 7, 8 ropes. More cum than any human man should ever produce. Until Melissa's face was utterly glazed, thick layers of seed sliding down her skin in slow, obscene globs. It clung to her lashes, dripped from her chin in heavy strands, pooled in the hollow of her collarbone and ran in rivulets between her tits. When the last spurt finally oozed from the slit, he dragged the still throbbing head across her ruined face, smearing his spend into her skin like war paint. Melissa stayed on her knees, trembling, eyes half-lidded in total bliss. She looked like a cum-drunk goddess. Slowly, reverently, she lifted her hands and began scooping the mess from her face, sucking it greedily from her fingers, rubbing the rest into her tits like the most expensive lotion in the world. "Thank you," she whispered hoarsely, voice thick with worship. "Thank you for your seed, baby. Thank you for letting your dirty aunt taste heaven." Faye's dragon, still rock hard and glistening, twitched against his stomach. He smiled down at her, dark and possessive. "We're just getting started, Aunt Melissa." Because now that he'd marked her face with his cum, the only place left to brand her permanently was deep inside her womb. /N. "Guys, I do not feel your love yet. Everything going as you lick or not? Tell me what you think." Faye lifted Melissa up and turned her around like she weighed nothing. She gasped, legs shaking, as he pressed her forward over the cold marble island, her massive tits flat against the surface, nipples dragging across the stone, cum still dripping from her chin in thick ropes that smeared beneath her. "Spread," he growled gently despite himself. Melissa obeyed without hesitation, heels scraping sharp across the tile as she spread her legs wide, hips tilting forward in shameless offering. Faye's hand flashed down, fingers hooking the soaked red lace and yanking hard. The fabric tore with a slick, wet rip, threads snapping like fragile vows. Her cunt was bared. In an instant, swollen lips flushed dark rose and glistening, slick strands of arousal stretching and breaking as cool kitchen air kissed the raw heat. The folds parted greedily, revealing the deep, clenching pink within, dripping in slow, viscous rivulets down her inner thighs. Above it, the tight, dusky pucker of her asshole winked, in involuntary reflex, framed by the pale curves of her ass, every inch of her exposed and trembling under the merciless gaze of both him and the unblinking phone lens. Faye stepped in behind her, dragon in hand, the monstrous head already angry purple and leaking, veins like cables pulsing along the obscene length. He dragged the blunt, violet crown up and down her slit once, twice, slow and deliberate, painting himself in her slick heat until the thick head gleamed obscene and wet. Her swollen pussy lips parted on their own, fluttering hungrily, inner folds clenching visibly in desperate pulses, trying to drag him inside before he'd even begun. "Look at your greedy married cunt," he snarled, voice rough with dark triumph. He slapped the heavy shaft down hard against her clit, wet smack, ringing sharp through the kitchen like a claim. Her body jolted, a raw cry tearing from her throat as fresh arousal spilled over his length. "Already trying to eat me alive," Melissa whimpered, hips shoving back in frantic need. "Please fuck. Put it in, I need." He lined up. The fat head kissed her entrance, impossibly broad, forcing her outer lips to stretch thin and pale around the merciless crown. The tight ring of her whole blooming white with strain as it fought, and failed, to swallow the first brutal inch. Fuck! She screamed, voice cracking. "It's too, oh God, it's splitting me." They didn't wait. He thrust. The fat crown pressed forward, relentless, until her strained entrance yielded with a lewd, wet squelch, popping past the tight ring in one merciless breach. Her cunt bloomed open around him like a dark rose forced into sudden, violent flower. Velvet soft walls parting in a slick, obscene surrender, inner lips clinging desperately to every ridge and vein as they dragged inward. The rim stretched so thin it gleamed translucent, pale pink pulled taut and shining around his impossible girth. Melissa's back arched like a bow drawn for war, a raw, guttural scream tearing loose from her throat as her pussy spasmed wildly, clenching in frantic, milking pulses that tried to fight the invasion and pull him deeper all at once. Fresh slick gushing hot down his shaft and over his balls. "Fuck! I feel the veins. Oh God! I feel every fucking vein dragging inside me," she wailed, nails gouging deep furrows into the marble, body shaking as her cunt rippled and fluttered in helpless greed. He fed her another thick inch, slow, deliberate, watching her swollen folds stretch wider, inner walls, blooming, crimson and glistening, as they swallowed him inch by brutal inch, her pussy weeping arousal in helpless, rhythmic surges that coated him in liquid surrender. Then another. Her inner walls fluttered and spasmed, trying to accommodate the invasion, sucking greedily even as she sobbed from the burn. Her asshole winked frantically above, clenching and unclenching in time with every throb of his cock. Halfway in and she was already babbling. "It's in my stomach. Fuck. I swear. It's in my fucking stomach." Faye looked down, even buried to the deeper in her greedy cunt. Nearly a half of thick, veined dragon still jutted out, too long to fit home, the head battering against her cervix like it wanted to break through. He pulled back, slow, agonizingly slow. Her pussy lips clung to every retreating inch, dragged outward, sucking on the retreating shaft like they never wanted to let go. Thick strands of cream-coated gruel stretched between them, snapping wetly as he withdrew until only the head remained inside. Her asshole gaped slightly from the emptiness, then clenched shut again. Then he slammed home, all the way to her deepest wall in one brutal thrust. Fuck, cervix. You're in my cervix," she screamed, body convulsing. A violent gush of squirt exploding around his cock, splattering his balls and the floor. He didn't stop. Again. Each withdrawal dragged her insides out with him, her swollen pussy lips puffed and red, clinging desperately. Each thrust punched the air from her lungs, her asshole blooming open with every impact before snapping shut. "I'm a virgin again. You're making me feel like a fucking virgin every time you stretch me," she howled, tears streaming, mascara running in black rivers down her cum-painted face. Faye gripped her hips hard enough to bruise and fucked her like he wanted to break her in half. The island rocked beneath them. Her tits slid back and forth in puddles of cum and drool. Her screams turned into broken, animal sobs of pure, overwhelmed pleasure pain. And still, no matter how deep he went, inches of his dragon remained outside, taunting her, reminding her that even completely impaled, she couldn't take all of him. Melissa was lost. Faye's hips snapped forward again, driving every merciless inch until the fat crown smashed against her cervix like a battering ram. Aya hawk. It hurts. It fucking hurts so good. Melissa shrieked, voice raw, cracking into a sob. You're tearing me apart. My pussy's ripping. Keep going. Don't you dare stop. He dragged out slow, her swollen walls clinging, sucking, trying to drag him back in even as she wailed. Feel that burn? He growled, slamming back in so hard her feet left the floor. That's your married cunt learning its new purpose. Yes, fuck. Yes. Burn me. Break me. Make it hurt forever, so I never forget who owns this hole. Her entire body seized. Another violent squirt exploding around his pistoning shaft, splashing his thighs. He reached forward, fisted her hair, and yanked her head back until her spine bowed painfully. Tell me again, he snarled against her ear. Tell me how it feels when your nephew splits his aunt's pussy wide open. It feels like I'm dying, she sobbed, tears streaming, mascara streaking down cum-glazed cheeks. It feels like I'm being murdered by cock and I never want to live without it. I'm too small, too tight. Fuck. I'm a virgin every time you force it in. Please keep killing me. Her asshole fluttered wildly, winking open with every brutal thrust. A desperate, untouched hole begging for the same destruction. Faye hammered deeper, the thick ridge of his crown grinding over her G-spot before punching her cervix again. There. Right there. You're in my womb, you're fucking killing my womb, she screamed, voice shredding. I can feel the veins, every single vein scraping my walls raw. Carve your name inside me. Baby, carve it so deep I bleed. He pulled almost all the way out, her ruined pussy gaping, inner walls fluttering visibly. A ring of creamy froth coating the obscene stretch marks around his girth, then slammed balls deep in one vicious stroke. Fuck. I'm dying. I'm coming. I'm dying on your cock. Her whole body convulsed, a torrent of squirt, spraying out around his shaft like a broken hose, puddling beneath them. Pain, he taunted, grinding against her battered cervix. Yes. Pleasure. Yes. More. Give me more pain. Who owns this cunt? You. Only you. My husband's cock is a fucking toothpick. Your dragon is ruining me forever. Another withdrawal, slow, cruel. Her pussy lips dragged inside out, clinging like they'd never let go. Then a punishing thrust that lifted her onto her toes. Say it louder, he snarled. Let the whole fucking mansion hear who's destroying Aunt Melissa's married pussy. My nephew's monster cock is murdering his Aunt Sione. She screamed at the top of her lungs, voice breaking into hysterical sobs of ecstasy. Hurts so good. Never stop. Never stop hurting me. And still, even buried to her absolute limit, inches of vein dragon remained outside, mocking her, proving she would never, ever be able to take all of him. Melissa was beyond broken, reborn in agony and bliss, and she would beg for this pain even tomorrow. /n. Tell me what you think, guys. Faye's hands slid down to her hips, fingers, digging into soft flesh. He stepped back just enough to drink in the sight of her. Bent over the island, cum-streaked tits squashed flat, ass high, thighs trembling and shining with her own juices. He'd watched her for years in those private yoga sessions through the cracked gym door, watched her fold herself into impossible shapes, spine curling, hips opening like a flower. He'd always wondered then how far she could really go. Time to find that out. Leg up, he ordered, voice low and lethal. Melissa didn't hesitate. She lifted her right leg effortlessly, heel still in that red stiletto, and placed it on the marble island beside her torso, the height forcing her hips to tilt obscenely, her back arching into a perfect sideways split. Years of yoga turned her body into a living sculpture. One leg grounded, the other stretched high and straight, every muscle taut, every curve on display. And her pussy, goddamn, spread wide open by the extreme stretch, her swollen lips parted like an offering, glistening folds flushed dark pink, clit peeking out fat and needy, a steady stream of creamy arousal dripping straight down onto the floor in a thin silver line. Faye's eyes raked over her like she was a living work of art. Because right now she was. Melissa stood on one trembling leg, the other lifted impossibly high, ankle hooked over the edge of the marble island at shoulder height for her, nearly chest height for him. A perfect vertical split, 190 degrees if not more, the kind of pose only a decade of daily Ashtanga and hot yoga obsession could produce. Her hips were rolled open so wide that the tendons in her inner thigh stood out like cables under silk skin. Every muscle elongated, trembling, glistening with sweat and squirt. The stretch forced her lower back into a dramatic, graceful arch that thrust her ass outward and tilted her pelvis up like an offering plate. Her pussy lips were pulled so far apart by the sheer openness of her hips that the thin membrane between her holes was visible, stretched taut. Her clit forced forward and protruding like a second tongue. Faye stepped closer, drinking in the obscene geometry of her body. He placed one palm flat on the small of her back and pressed, just to test. Her torso folded another impossible inch forward without resistance, spine curling like warm wax, until her raised leg was practically beside her ear, stiletto pointing at the ceiling. The movement dragged her pussy even wider, inner lips blooming fully open, revealing the slick pink tunnel fluttering helplessly inside. "Fuck," he muttered, voice thick. "All those years watching you in Downward Dog. You really are built like a goddamn pretzel." Melissa whimpered, the stretch burning deep in her hip flexors, but she didn't drop the leg. She held it perfectly, thighs shaking, toes pointed in the heel, every muscle locked in elegant, agonizing extension, because he hadn't told her to move. He rewarded her with the head of his cock. Thwack, 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 faster, heavier, the bloated crown battering her exposed clit in rapid, wet slaps while she stayed frozen in that extreme split, body trembling but never collapsing. Then he stopped. She sobbed at the loss, hips twitching, trying to chase friction that wasn't there. Faye gripped her waist with both hands, thumbs pressing into the dimples above her ass, and lined up. One single, merciless thrust. The dragon speared her in one brutal stroke, the extreme angle of her split letting him drive even deeper than before, the head punching past her cervix and kissing, the absolute end of her channel. Yet still, 5 thick inches remained outside, trapped between her obscenely stretched lips. Her scream was inhuman. He pulled back, slow, watching her pussy cling and drag outward along every veined inch, then slammed home again. Again. Each thrust rocked her entire frame, the raised leg quivering in its perfect vertical line, tendons straining, sweat dripping down the inside of her thigh in rivulets. He shifted his grip, one hand sliding under her lower back to support the impossible arch, the other locking around the ankle of her raised leg, holding her open like a folded piece of living origami. He owned every degree of her flexibility now. He fucked her like that, slow and deep at first, then faster, harder, using her decades of training to fold her body exactly how he wanted, turning her yoga perfection into a sleeve for his cock. And when the final slap of his cockhead against her swollen clit came, followed by that one punishing, full-length thrust, her body detonated. A violent, full-body seizure ripped through her, every overstretched muscle firing at once. Leg locked rigid in the air, toes curled so hard the stiletto cracked at the seam. Squirt exploded in a continuous high-pressure jet, arcing 3 feet across the kitchen, splattering cabinets, floor, windows, while her pussy convulsed and spasmed around the half-buried dragon in rhythmic, milking waves. Faye held her steady through all of it, one arm banded under her arched spine, the other pinning her ankle high, keeping her folded open and helpless as the orgasm tore her apart. Faye pulled out and gripped the base of his dragon, still slick with her cream, and brought the heavy crown to her entrance for another yet series of slaps. Thwack. The first slap of his cockhead against her pussy was slow, deliberate, the wet sound echoing through the kitchen. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Faster now, heavier. The bloated head smacking her clit with every strike, sending jolts through her entire body. Melissa's breath hitched into a broken whine. NNJH fuck. Yes. He kept going, rhythmic, punishing slaps. The weight of his cock battering her clit until it swelled even fatter, angry, red, and throbbing. With his free hand he pinched it between thumb and forefinger, rolled it, tugged it, twisted it gently then hard, then soothed it with soft circles until she was sobbing. Please, please, inside, need it inside. He ignored her, slapping faster, the head of his cock painting her entire slit with pre-cum and gruel, the impacts so rapid they blurred into one continuous vibration. Her hips jerked, trying to chase him, but the stretch of her leg kept her pinned exactly where he wanted her. He stopped. Melissa let out a desperate, animal whimper at the sudden loss, her pussy clenching on nothing, a visible pulse rippling through her gaping hole. Faye lined up, both hands clamped onto her waist like iron. One brutal, unrelenting thrust. The entire length he could give her speared inside in a single merciless stroke. The fat crown punching her cervix so hard her whole body lurched forward. Still, for thick inches remained outside, too long for any woman to ever take fully. Aha, fuck! My womb! My fucking womb! Her scream cracked the air, raw and shredded. He pulled out slow, every ridge and vein dragging against her overstretched walls. Her pussy lips clinging desperately, sucking him back, until only the head remained. Then slammed home again. Again. Each withdrawal left her cunt gaping, fluttering, inner walls visibly spasming, desperate for the next invasion. Each thrust forced a fresh gush of cream to squirt out around his shaft, splattering his balls, the floor, her raised thigh. He changed the angle, rolling his hips so the thick vein on the underside ground directly over her G-spot on every stroke. His fingers found her clit again. Rubbing, flicking, slapping, pinching, never the same touch twice. Melissa was crying now. Real tears, mascara rivers down her cheeks, body shaking like a live wire. He pulled all the way out, her pussy left gaping wide, a perfect O of ruined pink, and brought his cock down in one vicious slap directly onto her exposed clit. Thwack! Aya! Before the scream finished, he drove back in, one single savage thrust that buried him to her absolute limit. Her entire body seized. A violent, full-body convulsion hit her like she'd been electrocuted, every muscle locking, then releasing, then locking again. Her raised leg trembled in the air, toes curled so hard the stiletto nearly flew off. Faye held her tight, arms wrapped around her waist, keeping her from collapsing as the dam finally broke. Torrent. A gushing, unstoppable flood of clear girl cum exploded around his cock, spraying in powerful arcs that soaked his abs, the island, the floor, her own raised leg. It kept coming, pulse after pulse, her pussy clenching and unclenching so hard it nearly pushed him out, only for him to slam back in and trigger another wave. She screamed until her voice gave out, reduced to hoarse, broken sobs and gasps, body jerking helplessly in his grip like a puppet with its strings cut. Squirt poured down in a relentless waterfall, pooling beneath them, dripping off the island in thick streams, the scent of her release thick in the air. And still he stayed buried deep, letting her shattered cunt milk him with every spasm, every aftershock, every broken cry. Melissa was gone. Nothing left but a trembling, squirting, worshipful mess. And the dragon still wasn't finished with her. The phone was recording everything to the littlest detail happening here. /N. From now on I won't be labeling the R18 chapters, it should hit when it is unexpected. What do you think? /N. At Alex Babayahu pointed out it's easier to know, so I will continue labeling. Melissa's legs gave out completely the instant Faye let her down from the island. She collapsed forward, a trembling, cum-soaked heap, cheek pressed to the cool marble, ass still twitching in the air, squirt still dripping in slow rivulets from her ruined cunt. Faye didn't give her time to recover. He dropped to his knees behind her, the wet slap of skin on tile echoing in the flooded kitchen. Both hands clamped around her narrow waist, fingers almost touching, and he hauled her hips upward like she weighed nothing. Her stomach and tits stayed glued to the floor, nipples dragging through the warm puddle of her own making, but her ass lifted high, knees sliding uselessly until only her pelvis was suspended in his iron grip. She looked like an offering on an altar, prone-boned, half-suspended. Faye scooted forward on his knees, boots squeaking in the slick mess, and lined the dragon up with her gaping, fluttering entrance. One brutal thrust. He speared her straight down into the floor, the angle forcing every inch he could give her to drive even deeper than before. Her body jolted forward an inch, titsily dragged across the wet marble by the sheer force, tits squeegeeing through the puddle of squirt and cum. Fuck. Yes. Fuck me into the floor, she screamed, voice muffled against the tile, fingers scrabbling for purchase and finding none. He didn't hold back. He lifted her hips another fraction higher and started pounding her like a machine. Each thrust slammed her forward, then dragged her back onto his cock by the waist alone, her body rocking helplessly between his grip and the floor. Her tits slid back and forth in the mess, nipples so hard they left faint pink trails through the glaze of fluids. The sound was obscene. Wet, meaty slaps of his hips against her ass, the constant squelch of her overstuffed pussy, the rhythmic splash of the puddle beneath them as her belly and tits displaced it with every violent stroke. Her pussy never closed anymore. It stayed gaping around him, lips puffed and red, inner walls dragged in and out with every thrust like a sleeve turned inside out. Every downward drive forced another gush of creamy froth to squirt out around his shaft, spraying backward onto his abs and thighs in hot, sticky ropes. "Take it, Aunt Melissa," he snarled, voice ragged. "Take your nephew's cock." She couldn't answer. Only broken, guttural moans and sobs, drool pooling beneath her open mouth, eyes rolled back to whites. He shifted his grip, one arm banding under her hips like a seatbelt, and lifted her lower body completely off the floor now, holding her suspended a full 6 inches above the puddle, legs dangling uselessly, ass tilted up so he could hammer straight down into her like a pile driver. Her entire weight hung from his arm and the cock impaling her. Thud, 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 thud. Each thrust drove the air from her lungs in a punched-out scream, her body swinging forward and back like a rag doll, tits bouncing wildly beneath her, slapping wetly against her own ribcage. Still, inches of the dragon jutted out beneath her, too long to ever bottom out, slapping against her clit with every savage stroke. She came again violently, whole body seizing in his grip, pussy clamping down so hard it nearly stopped his thrusts. A fresh torrent of squirt jetted straight down onto the floor beneath them, adding another layer to the lake. Faye didn't slow. He fucked her straight through it, through the spasms, through the screams, through the way her walls milked him in desperate, fluttering waves. Because this wasn't about letting her rest. Faye's grip tightened until her hip bones creaked. He rose higher on his knees, dragging her suspended body with him, and let the himself flood his dragon with raw power. Inside her, the impossible happened. She felt it first as a sudden, burning stretch, his cock thickening, lengthening, swelling against her already ruined walls. Every vein flared hotter, wider, the crown bloating until it kissed the absolute end of her channel and kept pushing. "Feel that, Melissa?" he snarled, voice dark and velvet and cruel. "I'm making it bigger. Bigger than any woman was ever meant to take. Submit to it. Submit to me. Beg for the mark. Agree to be my woman forever. Be mine and I will protect you. Love you and give you this endless pleasure forever. As my woman." Her answer was an instant, broken wail. "Make me yours. Please. God. Mark me. I submit. I'm yours, your whore, your aunt, your everything. Brand me so I never have to touch myself again. So I fall asleep with your cum leaking out of me every night. So I wake up aching for this cock and only this cock. Please." He gave her what she begged for. The pace turned inhuman. Hips blurring, wet flesh slamming into wet flesh so fast the sound fused into one long, obscene roar. Each thrust lifted her entire body off the floor, suspended only by his arm and the monstrous shaft spearing her. Her tits bounced wildly beneath her, nipples dragging through the puddle, sending electric shocks straight to her clit. He flipped her. One brutal twist still impaled and she landed on her back in the warm lake of her own squirt, legs splayed wide, heels scraping uselessly. Faye dropped between her thighs, hooked her knees over his elbows, and folded her nearly in half yoga body, bending like warm taffy until her ankles framed her tear-streaked face. And he fucked her where she could see. Her eyes locked on the place they were joined. His dragon, now impossibly huge, veins like cables, angry purple and glistening, stretching her shaved pussy into a thin, obscene ring of pink that clung desperately to every retreating inch. Each withdrawal dragged her inner walls out with him, blooming crimson and frothy. Each thrust punched back in with a wet, meaty slap, her lips swallowing him again, cum and gruel bubbling out around the seal. "Look at it," he growled. "Look how your cunt accepts me too, Aunt Melissa. It loves me as much as you do." Faye didn't close his eyes for theatrics. He shut them because he was focusing every ounce of his power straight into his cock and letting it swell again, thicker, longer, hotter, while he kept fucking her ruined cunt at full, brutal speed. No ceremony. No glowing bullshit. Just raw intent, channeled through the fat, veined shaft splitting her open. Melissa felt it first as a sudden, searing stretch. His cock growing inside her again. The crown shoving past her cervix like it was punching a new hole. Her scream shredded the air. "Accept me, dear aunt," he roared, slamming her hips down onto him so hard her ass slapped the wet floor through the puddle. "Accept me as and your only man. Not my uncle or your admirers. Me and only me. Mark me. Brand your aunt's cunt. Make me your cum dump forever." She howled back instantly, legs flailing, heels scraping tile. "I never want to touch myself again or let any man touch me. Just fuck me. Fill me. Own me every single day." He gave zero warning. A needle-thin lance of pure heat stabbed straight into the soft skin just above her clit. No light show, just white-hot precision. It burned a perfect, tiny dragon into her flesh in less than 2 heartbeats. Matte black scales, blood crimson under wings, tail curled like a whip ending in a barb aimed right at her swollen clit. Eyes 2 obsidian slits that looked ready to bite. The second the last line seared shut, the mark flexed alive, possessive, and Melissa detonated. Her back bowed off the floor so hard her shoulder blades left the puddle. Her pussy clamped down like a fist trying to rip his cock off, squirting in violent, machine gun jets that hammered his abs and chest, clear fluid exploding out around the brutal stretch of his shaft with every thrust. "Fuck! It's alive! Fucking biting my clit!" she screamed, eyes locked on the tiny dragon now glistening with her own juices. Every pulse of the mark sent another geyser shooting out of her, soaking them both, the ceiling, the goddamn cabinets. Faye's balls drew up tight. He slammed in one last time so deep her belly bulged visibly around the outline of his cock and unloaded. Rope after thick, scalding rope of cum fired straight into her womb, pumping her lower abdomen up like a balloon. The overflow had nowhere to go but out, thick white mixed with her clear squirt, erupting around his buried shaft in creamy geysers that painted her thighs, his balls, the floor in ropes of nephew seed marking his aunt's married pussy. Melissa kept coming, kept squirting, kept screaming, legs shaking uncontrollably, fingers clawing at the fresh dragon brand like she wanted to fuck the tattoo itself. Ding, ding, ding. Blue text exploded across Faye's vision, brighter than ever before. "Congratulations, dragon. First harem member marked. Target, Melissa Maxton. Relationship, aunt, blood relation, father's sister. Status, marked, permanently bound. Mark location, pubic mound directly above clitoris. Note, bond effects. Melissa's body will now crave host above all others. Sexual satisfaction can only be achieved through host's touch. No other man will ever be able to truly satisfy her again. Her body has been permanently rewired to respond only to you. The mark is alive and cannot be removed by any means. Achievement unlocked. First mark. Rewards. Plus 150 points. Plus 200 EXP. Plus 15 charisma. Stat update. Charisma. 6075/100. Cucking achievement unlocked. You have marked a married woman, while her husband remains completely oblivious. Cucking rewards. Plus 200 points. Plus 150 EXP. New passive ability. Cucklord's Dominance LV.1. Cucklord's Dominance LV.1. Passive. Always active. Married/taken women feel 25% more attracted to you automatically. Men, especially partners of marked women, will experience inferiority complex in your presence. Marked women will lose all interest in their partners sexually. They will find them completely inadequate in bed. Current level 1. Next level. Cuck 2 more married/taken women. Cucked victims. Harold Maxton, husband of Melissa Maxton, now sexually inadequate to his own wife. Current points. 665. 315 base plus 150 first mark plus 200 cucking. Current EXP. 650. 300 base plus 200 first mark plus 150 cucking. Congratulations! Marking your first harem member counts as significant progress. When he finally pulled out with a thunderous, wet pop, her cunt stayed gaping wide, erect, pulsing hole ringed with cum and gruel, the little dragon above it glistening triumphantly under a fresh glaze of mixed fluids. She stared down at it through tears and aftershocks, mouth open, drool stringing from her lip to the floor. "It's so fucking pretty," she rasped, voice completely destroyed. "Your aunt's cunt has your dragon on it now. Everyone's gonna know who owns me." She did not even question how come she hard a dragon tattoo mark above her pussy or how Faye came to possess it. Was it the effect of being his woman after the mark? Unlikely. Maybe she just did not care? Probably. Faye dragged the still hard, cum-slick head of his cock across the fresh mark once, smearing it with the last drops oozing from his slit. The dragon tattoo pulsed once under the touch, like it was alive and acknowledging its master. "Damn right," he growled. Then he flipped her over again, shoved her face back into the puddle, lifted her hips, and started round 2. Because the first mark was done. And Melissa had a lifetime of cheating, married holes left to ruin. Faye grinned at that notification even as he buried himself balls deep in his marked aunt again. For hours? Plenty of time.